Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. There are growing calls for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to testify in the U.S. over his links with Jeffrey Epstein. President Trump has said the U.S. will hopefully make a deal with Iran. And Kendrick Lamar wins 5 trophies at the 68th Grammy Awards in Los Angeles as Trump threatens to sue host Trevor Noah. The fallout from the latest releases of the Epstein files continues today, with a lawyer representing his victims saying the former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor should now testify in the U.S. It comes as the UK's former ambassador to the U.S., Lord Peter Mandelson, has resigned from the Labour Party due to his links with the former financier and convicted paedophile. We can now go to Royal Editor Sarah Hewson. Sarah, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Catalina.
Sarah, so let's start with the latest on Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly known as Prince Andrew. Can you summarize the most recent findings and what they tell us about the links or his links to the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, we had this huge tranche of Epstein files released over the weekend, and in those files were yet more damaging allegations and photographs, emails and images about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's links with Jeffrey Epstein. There are photographs showing the former prince on all fours over a woman who is lying on the floor. There's no context to the photographs. We don't know when they were taken, but my colleagues at Sky News have ascertained that the photographs were taken in Jeffrey Epstein's New York home. There are emails in which Andrew invites Jeffrey Epstein to Buckingham Palace in 2010 and promises him lots of privacy, 2010 being significant because that was after Jeffrey Epstein had served a sentence for sex with a minor. He was a convicted paedophile at that point. And a lawyer for a second woman is claiming that she was trafficked to the United Kingdom to have sex with Andrew at his Royal Lodge residence in Windsor before she was given a tour of Buckingham Palace. It's the first time those allegations have centered around a royal property, and yet again it is dragging members of the royal family into these very, very sordid allegations, and once again showing that everything that Andrew said in that Newsnight interview with Emily Maitlis, that cutting ties with Jeffrey Epstein were quite simply lies. They were completely untrue, and that friendship was maintained.
And Sarah, in response to those developments, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said that Andrew should testify before the US Congress. So how realistic is that, and what would have to happen for it to become a genuine possibility?
Well, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has, of course, always denied any wrongdoing in this case. And yet we are getting a lot of calls now, not least from the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, a former Director of Public Prosecutions, a lawyer himself here in the United Kingdom, that Andrew should do the right thing and testify before Congress. He was asked to at the tail end of last year. He ignored that request from Congress. They can't force him to do so. He's not a US national. They can't force him to. But the political pressure is certainly growing on him from all sides here in the United Kingdom that he should do the right thing. I think no matter his protestations of his innocence and maintaining that he has done nothing wrong, what Andrew has failed to do throughout all of this is do the morally right thing to show his support for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and to help them find justice by assisting the US authorities with their inquiries. What did he see? What did he know when he was in Jeffrey Epstein's properties? But I think given his performance performance on the Newsnight interview under questioning from Emily Maitlis. He didn't fare well, and he will certainly fear any kind of questioning from US Congress. And it doesn't look likely at this stage, no matter how much pressure he's under.
Another person under pressure now. Let's turn now to Lord Peter Mandelson, who is the now former Labour minister and ex-US ambassador who resigned from the Labour Party to avoid what he called a further embarrassment over the Epstein links. So what are the latest findings in this case, Sarah?
Yeah, from Andy to Mandy, the former ambassador to the United States. Well, in the latest documents released, it is alleged that Peter Mandelson received payments of $75,000 from Jeffrey Epstein between 2003 and 2004. It's alleged there was also a further payment of £10,000, which was a loan for Peter Mandelson's then boyfriend, now husband. That was made after Jeffrey Epstein had been convicted of paedophilia. And that, of course, significant when we're looking at the judgment of Peter Mandelson. A whole series of emails between them, and now some very, very serious questions being asked about whether Peter Mandelson, when he was business secretary, leaked sensitive government information to Jeffrey Epstein by forwarding him information briefing documents at the height of the global financial crisis, that he also advised Epstein on how to lobby the British government about bankers' bonuses. And a lot of calls now. He has stepped down as a member of the Labour Party, but he remains a member of the House of Lords, and there is increasing pressure that he should be stripped of that peerage. That in itself is not a straightforward process. It hasn't been done since the 1900s, but certainly the hope among the British government is that Peter Mandelson would do the right thing and voluntarily give up his peerage and no longer be there in the House of Lords.
And Sarah, so you just mentioned the Mandelson payment here. Lord Mandelson says he doesn't remember receiving those $75,000 in payments linked to Jeffrey Epstein. And someone close to him also said that the Department of Justice documents contain errors. How credible is this explanation?
Look, I think Peter Mandelson's career is well and truly over, and I think that he is playing dumb here on this. He appears to have no recollection of this. $75,000 is a huge sum of money, isn't it, to most of us? A series of payments. He is denying any knowledge of those. But as for his credibility, I think that is really in the dustbin right now. The allegations around him, this constant drip, drip, drip of information regarding that ongoing friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, the serious errors of judgment at best, and now potentially calls for him to face charges of misconduct in public office if it is proven that he has passed on sensitive government information. Peter Mandelson is in very, very serious trouble indeed right now.
Royal editor Sarah Houston, thank you for joining us and for summarizing the latest on the Epstein files. Let's go live to Washington now to speak to Republican strategist Adolfo Franco. Adolfo, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Catalina, very much for the invitation.
Adolfo, now let's start with the latest Epstein-related documents. They include explosive allegations that Donald Trump allegedly raped a 13-year-old girl, claims that U.S. officials have dismissed. What's your assessment of the latest Trump claims in the situation?
Well, I'd like to put this in context for the viewers of what this is and what it is not. First, these documents are not new. These documents have been examined in the possession of the Department of Justice for many, many years, and have been reviewed by career Justice Department lawyers. I am a lawyer myself over a period of years, nonpartisan. They've actually been under the custody, these documents, of both Democrat and Republican administrations, President Trump's and President Biden's. So these are being made public, but this is not new evidence. And we have to decipher a couple of things here. What is illegal, what there is a basis for the government to bring charges against someone, and what is unsavory, inappropriate, embarrassing documentation. And it's all been jumbled up together. But the public in the United States sees a conspiracy, for example, that President Trump raped a 13-year-old girl. There is no evidence of that whatsoever. And whatever allegations have been made, they are those allegations. I could make an allegation today that has been investigated again by career individuals. And frankly, there's an appetite for sensationalism in the country. I'm not minimizing the victims. They were victims of a number of people that will be prosecuted, but the high profile figures in the United States, and I know you just had good coverage on Prince Andrew, in the United States are largely embarrassing, but they don't appear to be illegal based on what has been the investigation that has been conducted over many, many years.
And Adolfo, the documents also reference an FBI memo alleging that Israel may have had leverage over President Donald Trump, along with claims about Epstein's supposed Mossad links. Also, Jared Kushner's behind-the-scenes influence. What do we actually know about all of this?
Well, we actually know very little about this, but it is not uncommon. I served in government and I have top security clearance. It is not uncommon in government to have foreign entities try to have leverage over all types of officials in the government for a variety of reasons. That is modus operandi for not only Mossad, but other foreign entities to do so. Generally speaking, those things don't amount to very much. Every foreign intelligence service gathers information that they hope can be used against an individual. And usually, if this is reported to the authorities, meaning anything that may have been nefarious in your background checks when you get these clearances or elected to office, that is divulged to the authorities and kept secret. So again, I know the conspiracy theories. I'm not a conspiracy theory person. Doesn't mean, just so you know, that just because you don't believe in conspiracies, it could actually, something could be there. I'm not saying that's the case, but there has been no foundation and no evidence. And again, these matters have been reviewed by career individuals and under Democrat and Republican administrations. And the way Washington works, very few secrets are kept. And most of this information is ultimately, if there's anything there, divulged. But when it's conspiracies, I think it's a very different story. And that's generally what the public likes, but there's no foundation that I've seen to date.
And Elon Musk was also mentioned with documents suggesting he explored travel to Epstein's Island in 2012 and 2013. Elon Musk says those emails have been misinterpreted. What do you think?
Well, here's what I think, and it's an excellent question. Whether it's Elon Musk, whether it's President Clinton, whether it's President Trump or other very high-profile figures, Epstein was a playboy billionaire. I'm being charitable here. Obviously, he was a pedophile and an awful person. But he had contacts with a wide range of very prominent social, political, industry figures in the United States. Many people knew him, and he entertained people. I believe in my heart that the majority of those individuals were unaware of his nefarious activities. I just do. But he did have friendships and contacts with many people. And some of them, for example, the former Treasury Secretary under President Obama, Larry Summers, were involved in inappropriate activities. So some of these individuals were. But just because Elon Musk had a relationship with him or President Clinton or other figures that are very prominent in the United States does not mean that they knew about what his immoral, illegal activities, which are awful. They had no knowledge of that. And that's what the Justice Department has probed. who did and who did not. But if we're going to go down a list of individuals that had a relationship with Mr. Epstein of some sort, social or otherwise, that is an embarrassment, but it's not a crime.
Adolfo Franco, thank you for joining us and for your perspective on the matter.
Thank you so much.
President Trump has said the U.S. will hopefully make a deal with Iran. It comes after Iran's Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, warned that any U.S. attack would trigger a regional war. The United States has ramped up its naval presence and air defenses in the Middle East. For more on this, I'm joined by Rahida Durgam, advisor to Al Arabiya on American and International Affairs. Thank you for joining us today, Rahida.
Thank you for hosting me.
Rahida, we're now seeing signs of possible de-escalation here, with the focus shifting back to negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. What's the latest?
Well, the latest is that they both are serious about negotiating. Negotiation for what? It's quite clear what the Americans want and what the Iranians do not want. So let's wait and see where can they meet. Who's going to take a step backward and who's going to tolerate a step forward? I think the time is now for negotiations, but I don't think we're out we're not. It's not over. I mean, it's not over. For now, the military option is still on the table, and that's why you see the military component is very strong. But I think they both are serious, and that's new because the Iranians did not want to negotiate on the issues that the Americans wanted, but now they are. So let's see what happens.
And one of the core sticking points, Rahida, has always been Iran's nuclear enrichment program. Is there a realistic compromise on the table that could actually satisfy both sides, or are they still too far apart when it comes to Iran's nuclear program?
At this point, we have four different things going, actually. The nuclear is the priority. So therefore, let's start with that. The nuclear issue is where Iran will have to decide if it's going to tell us how much of the uranium has been hidden, or is it available, or is it going to open up for the IAEA? The negotiations on the nuclear, the negotiations are very important, but I don't think that's going to be enough. I don't think that Donald Trump is going to turn his back completely on the other components of the negotiations, which are the ballistic missiles, of course, and of course, what's happening inside Iran. I mean, are we going to go back to the brutal silencing of the people of Iran? And Donald Trump is going to agree to that, and also about the proxies. So I have a feeling that maybe the Iranian leadership would give in a bit on the proxies because they are already weak, so they don't have to bail them out big time. But I think the big time is on the nuclear, and I think the difficult time is on the ballistic missiles component. And then you have the people who have gone to the streets. I wonder what they're thinking. Has Donald Trump betrayed us, or has he bought us time in order to choke the regime and really deliver on their behalf? Let's see what happens. These are very, very sensitive times, but I don't think Donald Trump has backed up completely from the possibility or the option of a strike.
Yes, and that leads us to our next question, Rahida, because Iran's leadership warned just yesterday that a U.S. attack could trigger a wider regional conflict. Given that rhetoric, do you think military action is still being seriously considered in Washington?
Yes, I think it's on the table. It's part of the negotiations. It's part of deal making in as far as Donald Trump is concerned. I mean, it's this is way that, you up the ante and you demand more and you strike a deal. This is the art of striking a deal. As to the split, or as to the warnings, the ongoing warnings that this is going to be a regional war, I mean, I don't know how regional it's going to be. Of course, the Arab countries are concerned. They would prefer the deal rather than the military confrontation. Of course, the Iranians are promising that should there be any strikes, they will hit the American bases in the region, American assets in the region. Is it going to be a big regional war, as in some people are going to be with Iran and some others are going to be with the United States. I doubt that. That I doubt very much. I think if there is a war, it's going to be Iran versus the US versus Iran. The regional war is not going to be in the involvement of regional players. Neither the Gulf states are going to come in, nor Turkey is going to come in. Nobody is going to come in even the Russians, even the Chinese are not going to come in to fight on the side of Iran. So it's a regional war in the sense of Iran attacking the regional interests of the United States, bases and otherwise. So I think for now we have a few days of breathing. Let's find out how long it's going to take. Maybe Donald Trump also needs a little bit of time. Maybe everybody needs a little bit of time. But I think the options are more available in the hands of the administration, American administration. And I think the new thing is that Iran seems to be willing to negotiate seriously. Let's not really wait to say who's going to cry uncle first. I think for now it's clear, but let's not say who it is.
And you mentioned, for example, Turkey, Rahida, because we're hearing that regional players like Turkey, Qatar, and Oman may be helping to mediate here. So what role are they playing, and how important are they to keep negotiations alive?
Very important, because they really would like to reach a place or a space where they could avoid the war. Everybody in the region wants to avoid the war. But is Iran willing to pay the price for that? Again, is Iran willing to really negotiate seriously and to compromise? Or is Iran still believing that compromise means surrender? This is the big issue. For the time being, well, let's just watch and see if Iran has realized truly, if the regime in Tehran has realized truly that if they don't give in somehow and seriously, more than in one spot, more than the nuclear file, more than just simply the rhetoric, if they don't give up seriously, then the absolute power of the United States is going to be really played up. What I'm trying to say here is very simple. If Iran is serious, it's going to have to know that giving in a little bit on the nuclear is not going to be enough. If Iran is serious, it's going to understand that it cannot go on oppressing its people in the way that it's doing. I mean, because still this is part of the equation. And the proxies. Maybe the Iranians are willing to give in a little bit on the proxies because the proxies are already weak. But I think right now we see the Iranians taking a step back and deciding that this is probably the way to save the regime. Let's hope that they are serious about it, because saving the regime is not the problem. It's just saving the future of Iran. And in that case, they have to give up a lot. Surrender, call it, or otherwise. I don't think Donald Trump is playing. I think it's a very serious game and a very dangerous one. And I think the military option is still out there.
Rahida Durgam, thank you so much for your analysis, as always, on this developing story.
Thank you very much.
Thousands of protesters in Karachi are calling for local officials to resign over a devastating shopping mall fire that killed more than 60 people last month. The demonstration underscored deepening public anger over civic failures in Pakistan's largest city. Chris Gilbert reports.
Enough is enough. That's the slogan of these 4,000 Karachi protesters who are fed up with their leaders. This rally was sparked by a January shopping mall fire which killed dozens. But it's about more than that. These protesters say the system is failing them and they want change.
Karachi deserves to live with dignity, but we aren't being provided with basic necessities like water and electricity. When there's a fire, we're not rescued. When it rains, the city is flooded. Karachi needs an empowered local government system.
The January 17 blaze was the city's largest in more than a decade. It left at least 67 dead and 15 missing. The fire raged for nearly 2 days and left the multi-story complex of more than 1,000 family-run shops in ashes. Survivors are still reeling from the experience.
वो मंजर आज तक All of this keeps replaying in front of my eyes. Those children, those shopkeepers who died, may Allah forgive them and raise their place in heaven. I cannot sleep. I still feel the bitter taste of toxic smoke in my mouth.
The fire has intensified scrutiny of the city's disaster preparedness and governance. Locals are demanding compensation for the victims' families and for the businesses affected. They say public infrastructure is in shambles. Local authorities say rapid urbanization and funding limits are affecting infrastructure improvements, and they have not commented further yet. But the protests are growing, and the pressure is on authorities to show that blazes like the Gold Plaza fire will not happen again. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Now, the build-up to this Saturday's PFL's Road to Dubai tournament is underway as the PFL Lightweight World Tournament champion Alfie Davis prepares to fight Russia's PFL Lightweight World Champion Usman Nurmagomedov ahead of the fight. Nurmagomedov has called out Davis, saying, "Anytime, anywhere, I am waiting for you." And I'm pleased to say Alfie Davis joins me now here in the studio. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Alfie, our first question to you. You're just days away from one of the biggest fights of your career, a title shot against reigning PFL lightweight world champion Usman Nurmagomedov in Dubai. So how are you feeling as fight night approaches?
Yeah, I feel great. I'm ready to rock, you know. Yeah, Usman, yes, hard name, you know. Usman Hujanikabolikov, I call him. But yeah, I'm ready to rock.
Well, that's great. Usman is undefeated and on a winning streak, I've heard. How are you planning to take on him? What's your strategy for this fight?
Yeah, I think there's a few things that's going to happen, but I think the main thing is I think I'm a better striker than him. So on the feet, I'm going to outpace him and put it on him and make it a bit of a war. So, yeah, I'm looking to get in his face and push the pace.
A war is what he's looking for, perhaps. You've also earned the nickname the Axe Man. I've read this is due to your striking and dynamic style. How important is that style going to be in this fight?
Yeah, I think very important. You know, my unpredictability is like one of my big advantages against him. He's not really going to know what's coming towards him. And yeah, I'm going to be flying my limbs at him, so my knees and elbows.
And this is a huge event for the PFL as well, the Road to Dubai card. It's also stacked with top fighters. What does it mean to you to be headlining such a big show and have the chance to become world champion?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think being the main event, this is my second main event, and I think it's amazing to fight for a world title in the PFL. Like, it's such a big brand. It's just such a big chance for my career to really make a cherry on top of my career.
And Dubai has become such a big stage, right, for MMA in recent years. Does fighting in Dubai add an extra motivation, or does it add a little pressure for you?
Yeah, a bit of pressure. It's a bit big. It's sold out arena, you know. So, and it's gonna. Usman's got the home crowd advantage, I'd say. But pressure make diamonds, you know. So I'm ready to go out there and yeah, shine under the lights.
And what do you think the fans like about Dubai?
I think there's a good crowd, you know. It's a very mixed crowd. They're very passionate about mixed martial arts. This region is really into MMA, so it's really good to watch how passionate they are towards their athletes.
And Alfie, if you walk away with the belt, what's next for Alfie Davis and your career trajectory?
Yeah, I think I'll defend the belt, you know. So when I beat Usman, I think there's an Irish guy called Paul Hughes. That would be a very good fight, me and him. We could do it back in the UK, and then maybe I'll come back to Dubai and defend against someone else, because I'm enjoying this region.
Well, we'd love to see you back in Dubai. Also, our colleague, Leigh Ann Gerrans, I don't know if you saw this interview, she recently spoke with MMA legend Khabib Nurmagomedov, Usman's cousin, so your rival. He said he thinks Usman could finish you in the second or third round. So what's your response to this prediction?
I think it's very funny. Like, Usman's not really a finisher, and also Khabib's been retired, but like he's like the main guy of the gym, and Usman's like the second main guy, apart from another guy that's not going to be able to fight me. So I think once I beat Usman, I think it's Khabib's turn to come out of retirement, to be honest with you.
And Alfie, what's your message ahead of this fight?
Just everyone tune in. It's going to be an absolute war. I'm going to get in the middle and bang with Usman, and it's for your viewing pleasure.
Alfie, we'll be tuning in. We'll be rooting for you. That was Alfie Davis for us, joining us in Arabiya English. Now let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. A Russian drone that struck a bus carrying 9 workers in Ukraine has killed at least 12 people. The attack, which follows a barrage of overnight drone strikes, comes 2 days before trilateral talks between Ukraine, the US, and Russia in Abu Dhabi. Gaza's key Rafah border crossing has reopened to Palestinians after Israel seized control of the gateway 2 years ago. Egyptian media said only 50 people would be allowed to cross in each direction. The Egypt's health ministry has allocated 12,000 doctors and 30 rapid deployment teams to work with the transferred Palestinians. China has executed 4 members of the Bay family mafia, one of the notorious dynasties that ran scam centers in Myanmar. The 4 men were among 21 people who were convicted of fraud, homicide, injury, and other crimes by a court in Guangdong province. The candidate for the governing Conservative Sovereign People's Party, Laura Fernandez, has won the presidential election in Costa Rica. Fernandez, who will be sworn in on May 8th, promised voters that she would apply a tough approach on crime following a surge in drug-related violence. The 68th Grammy Awards have taken place in Los Angeles. Kendrick Lamar was the biggest winner of the night for a second year in the row, taking home 5 awards. However, the biggest prize went to Bad Bunny, who won Album of the Year. The event was heavily politicized, with many commenting on the ICE protests. President Trump has also threatened to sue host Trevor Noah. Now let's get with the latest with showbiz reporter at the Daily Mail, Stephanie Tecci. Stephanie, thank you for joining us, as always, for all the showbiz news.
No worries. Well, definitely last night was an anti-ICE affair. I've always said that music and politics go hand in hand, and clearly America had a lot to get off their chests via so many popular musicians last night. I knew a storm was brewing, to be honest, Catalina, because all week activists have been urging celebrities to speak up at the Grammys. Some decided to wear these anti-ICE, ICE out pins. Others took it to the stage, like Billie Eilish when she won Song of the Year. She said, no one's illegal when the land is stolen. CBS had to censor half of her speech because they didn't want all of that coming out. We had the new Artist of the Year, Olivia Dean, who was repping for us Brits, and she also, during when she was collecting her award, she says, I am the product of immigrants. My grandmother was an immigrant. I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for her. Usually Justin Bieber and Hailey Bieber, they're very away from politics as possible, but they were also wearing the ICE out pins yesterday. So people were making their statements anyhow they could last night.
As you said, making these statements, especially Bad Bunny, who made Grammy history. How did that message land with both the audience in the room and the fans watching at home, Stephanie?
I think it was powerful. It was emotional. You have one of the Latinos art community's biggest stars finally making history, and rather making it a moment about himself, he represented for his community. He says, we're not savage, we're not animals. We just want to live better lives. We are Americans. So what other platform to say that than the Grammys? So I think that will be a moment that will go down in history along with his win. You know, in America, they have a big Latino community who've been feeling under the pressure. So when you've got artists like Bad Bunny really, you know, riding for the cause, it says a lot.
And Kendrick Lamar also made Grammy history, adding to his record as one of the most awarded artists in Grammy history. So tell us a bit more about his wins, Stephanie.
Well, I want to know where Kendrick Lamar is going to be keeping all 27 of his Grammys, because that's how much he has now, making him the most decorated rapper, more than Jay-Z, who had 26. So it was a big night for Kendrick Lamar. He won Best Rap Album, Best Rap Song, and also Best Rap Performance. You know, he's had a really rise to fame, which has been quite steep, but his music just transcends all genres. But I think when it comes to hip hop, he's really made history, and he's really cemented his name in the Grammy Hall of Fame with all 27 Grammys. And to be honest, I think he has so much more coming, because his last album, GNX, was really powerful, and he is the man that keeps on giving. Kendrick Lamar said yesterday he likes to communicate through hip-hop. He's a very quiet man, but once he puts pen to paper, he produces powerful music.
And politics didn't stop there with Bad Bunny. Host Trevor Noah also made jokes referencing Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, prompting a strong reaction from Trump, who even threatened legal action against Trevor Noah. Can you give us more context on all of this situation?
Well, we know when it comes to the Grammys, you know, someone like Trevor Noah, he's always going to make fun of people. It's always a joke. He was talking about the Song of the Year, and he said, you know what, this is an award every artist wants to get, like Trump wants to get Greenland. He said that he's going to have to go off to Greenland now because Epstein Island is no longer available and he needs a place to hang out with Bill. Clearly, it was a joke, but Donald Trump has not seen the funny side of this joke. He doesn't see it as a laughing matter. He put it out on Truth Social today that Trevor Noah will be getting sued and will be hearing from his lawyers. You know, Trump is not a fan of being ridiculed on a world stage like this. And to be honest, I do think he is going to follow through with this, because he says both of the statements which Trevor Noah made were defamatory and also false. So, you know, Trump is someone who always puts his money where his mouth is.
And on a lighter note, Stephanie, what was your personal favorite moment from the 2026 Grammys, the one that really stood out to you that will be remembered as a defining moment?
I think the big moment for me was seeing the Fugees reunion on stage. It's been 27 years since Lauryn Hill has performed at the Grammys. I think for a lot of hip-hop fans, they've been waiting for the Fugees to get back together. They done a performance last night in honor of D'Angelo, who passed away last year, and also Roberta Flack, who obviously done the original Killing Me Softly performance. So to see her performing that, she's quite a reclusive singer. So to see her back on stage, that was a moment that killed me softly.
And Stephanie, there was also Cher blunder that's taking social media by storm. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Well, yeah, there was some risque fashion last night. I think, you know, we had Heidi Klum, who was wearing this latex dress, which literally looked like it was bearing all. It was very skin tight. And I felt like literally it was like seeing Heidi Klum parading the Grammys naked. And the same with Chappelle Rowan, who was wearing quite an outrageous outfit. But I think if they don't do it at the Grammys, where else are they going to be wearing these crazy dresses? But there was some more demure, well-loved looks, including Olivia Dean, who I loved wearing a black and white Chanel gown.
Stephanie Cecchi, thank you so much for always keeping us up to date with all the showbiz news. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Catalina.
And now a reminder of our top stories. There are growing calls for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to testify in the U.S. over his links with Jeffrey Epstein. President Trump has said the U.S. will hopefully make a deal with Iran. And Kendrick Lamar wins 5 trophies at the 68th Grammy Awards in Los Angeles as Trump threatens to sue host Trevor Noah. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
There's been intense debate and misinformation about whether Alex Preddy, the Minneapolis man killed by ICE agents, was armed when he was shot. And a lot of that hinges on one big question: where was the gun? Here's what evidence says. Federal officials claim Preddy approached agents with a handgun and threatened them.
This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
But multiple videos from the scene show something different. Preddy is seen holding a phone, not a gun, moments before the confrontation. One widely shared clip even shows an agent searching his body after shots were fired and saying, "Where's the gun?" So what happened? Video and forensic analysis suggests that Preddy was disarmed by an agent. In this video, you can see an officer removing a gun from Preddy's waistband while he was on the ground. And then 10 shots were fired. Seconds after the first shot is fired, the officer in a gray jacket is heard saying, "I got the gun," and walks towards the officers surrounding Preddy. Crucially, no video so far shows Preddy waving or pointing a gun at officers before he was shot. Legal experts and bystanders point out, carrying a gun with a permit is legal in Minnesota, and carrying is not the same as threatening. So far, there is no available footage showing Preddy aiming or displaying a weapon, evidence that would be required to support claims he posed an immediate threat when shots were fired.
The mother of all deals. That's how Indian and EU leaders have described their historic free trade agreement. It's been 2 decades in the making. So what or who increased the urgency to get it signed? Should all eyes be on the White House? We look at the economic and geopolitical implications coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the 3rd biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to a special episode of The Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. Now, as Saudi Arabia closes in on its Vision 2030 targets for tourist numbers, we're going to find out about two electrifying sporting events, bringing in visitor numbers like never before. We're going to be finding out about the opening of the third season of the E1 series, the world's first all-electric raceboat championship, which has been held in Jeddah. I'll be talking to the managing director of the E1 World Championship in just a moment. And there's a growing excitement ahead of the Formula E World Championship, which returns to Jeddah in mid-February. I'll be speaking to the Formula E co-founder and chief championship officer about what this combination of speed and spectacle brings to the kingdom's economy. And the Saudi region of Qasem gets a winter tourism surge drawing visitors like never before. Now, Saudi Arabia welcomed an estimated 122 million visitors during the course of 2025. That's up 5% on the previous year. And the figure shows that the 2030 target of 150 million annual visitors is very close to being realised. Well, tourism spending is also now reaching around the 300 billion rial mark, highlighting the sector's growing role in the economy. Well, sporting events are a big part of that appeal. In 2034, Saudi Arabia will host the Football World Cup. Before that, there's a long list of other sporting events, not to mention the 2027 Asian Cup and the 2029 Asian Winter Games. Well, there is also the E1 in Jeddah, which is the world's first all-electric powerboat racing championship, which is going from strength to strength. Well, following on from last year's E1 Grand Prix, the 2026 edition of the Jeddah Grand Prix features 10 teams racing the all-electric E1 racebirds across and along, the Red Sea. Well, new entries like Team Monaco and Sierra Racing Club join elite competitors, including Team Rafael Nadal, Team Alula, and Team Drogba. Well, as well as being a thrilling high-speed competition for fans, the championship has a strong focus on sustainability. Well, for more, I'm joined now from Jeddah by John Williams, who is the Managing Director of the E1 World Championship. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, John. Just tell us, first of all, how this all-electric raceboat championship in Jeddah came about in the first place.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Thanks so much for having me on. It's a pleasure to talk to you and join the show. So the championship was first started in 2020 by Alejandro Agag and Roddy Basso, both of whom had kind of deep involvement historically with Formula E as the championship, and have since gone on to establish the Extreme E Championship and then E1 more latterly. So we launched with our first race in January of 2024 here in Jeddah. Really exciting for us to be returning for our third race here, so the third year in a row. We always like to kick off our championship here. It's a really, really special place for us. And as you mentioned, very exciting championship year ahead with 10 teams, 2 new teams from last year, and we've announced a big and exciting race calendar for this year.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear the excitement in your voice, and clearly, I've read some of the articles where you're quoted. You've got lots of ambitions for this. Talk us through the growth of the championship.
Yeah, I think what's important to us is growth, but sustainable growth. We've kind of been able to demonstrate that in a few metrics for us. So year on year, our race numbers are growing. We had 5 races in season 1, 7 races in last year in 2025 season 2, and this year a calendar of 8 races. Our teams, we're growing. We're at 10 teams now. We have a sort of self-imposed cap of 12 teams that we hope to reach by the end of next year. And I know this is a business show. Financially, my background is a finance one. What we're trying to build is sustainable growth, a profitable company, and working towards somewhere in the region of €500 million euro valuation over the next few years.
Right, and what's the feedback you're getting from the fans? What did they tell you about what the appeal is?
I think what we were able to do, I think that one of the unique selling points of this championship is each team has a celebrity team owner. So as you kind of mentioned at the top of the show, that is exciting, is reasonably unique in sport. Lots of other properties are doing that at the moment. With that, we bring their audiences already into the sports, and that is a huge asset for us. I think what we're able to offer that some other sports aren't, with the electric nature of our boats, our racing is able to take place very close to the shore, so the fans are really right on top of the action, which is quite rare, especially for water sports. So we believe we can offer something that is very different to anything that's out there on the market at the moment. The boats are a sort of brand new product. The racing is exciting. For our racing, it's a team sport. Each team has 1 male and 1 female pilots who race completely evenly over a race weekend, contributing exactly the same way. And we have, complete gender parity in the sport, which I think is incredibly rare.
Okay, so clearly those big names that we've already sort of mentioned, a couple of them, have brought a lot of momentum to the event. Lots of people involved, aren't there? There's the Saudi Water Sports and Diving Federation, there's the Ministry of Sport, there's also the Public Investment Fund, the PIF, which is of great interest to us on this programme. We talk about what the PIF is doing and saying a lot. Now, what's the value of events like this, in your opinion, to the Saudi economy?
Huge, and it's great to recognise the support of those partners. I mean, here in Jeddah for 3 years in a row now, we've had fantastic support from the Ministry of Sport and the Saudi Water Sports and Diving Federation. And the PIF, really, from the championship as a whole. They're a key investment partner in the championship. They're a title sponsor of the championship as well, and we drive lots and lots of different activations with them, including Driving Force programme, which we run with the PIF E360 programme, which is a sort of STEM learning and sustainability programme aimed at children between the ages of 8 to 18. In terms of, hopefully something that we bring back as the championship, there's the sort of direct impact on the economy and as we bring our events here in terms of, hotel room nights, food, local employment, things like that. Hopefully we're giving back to the region. I think what's important to us is not necessarily just the immediate impact, but that longer term commitment. That's what this Driving Force activation is about, is bringing children from all ages, teaching them about some of these career paths in engineering, technology, and hopefully some of them in sports to be future pilots of E1, and hopefully to try and get them interested in some of those career paths. And so there's a slightly more indirect and more gradual payback, hopefully, to the economy, as well as the sort of more direct stuff. We are lucky, like we talked at the top about our really incredible group of celebrity team owners with their following, the exposure from them around race in the region, we believe is also invaluable to the kingdom.
Right, and we've talked on this programme quite a lot about how tourism numbers have really gathered momentum in the last few years, and there's this ambitious target for 2030 tourism numbers. And I mean, what sort of importance do you think sporting events like yours have in terms of meeting these ambitious goals?
I would say very important. It's eyeballs on the region. It's not just the people that you're bringing into the region directly to see the race or take part in the race, but it's those eyeballs, isn't it, that everyone's kind of fighting for. Our broadcast product is broadcast across 230 territories worldwide, and that's lots and lots of people seeing this, beautiful Red Sea coastline, seeing what a beautiful country Saudi Arabia is, and everything that's here for people to come and enjoy. So, I would say sports events very, very important, as well as giving something back to the local communities as well, who can enjoy them locally.
Yeah, the Red Sea coastline, obviously the focus of a lot of investment and the focus of a lot of attention amongst tourists around the world who want to come and see it. Is there anything that makes it suitable for your event in terms of the terrain, the water, the depth of the water? Do these things play a part?
They definitely play a part. I would say we're lucky in our championship that there are kind of few barriers to entry, I would say, in terms of where we could race, albeit we want to be racing in beautiful parts of the world. We want to be racing in places that look amazing, on our camera, on our broadcast stream, on our, social media posts. And the Red Sea very much fits into that bracket. There's lovely, calm, still water here, which is brilliant for our race birds. They're best suited to calm water without many waves. And we're very lucky to have that here on the event site here.
Okay, and I mean, we've been talking about electric sports in Saudi Arabia quite a bit, and it does seem, doesn't it, like Saudi Arabia has become quite a champion of electric sports like yours. I mean, what do you see as its role?
I think, the Kingdom's been a great champion of it. You can look across lots of other championships. I know the Formula E is here in Jeddah in a couple of weeks' time. Another company that we're partnered with, Extreme H, had their very first hydrogen-powered championship race just at the end of 2025. And I think what Saudi Arabia are doing is really looking to tangibly invest in these really, really important electric mobility, whether it be electric, hydrogen, understanding the importance of those and how those sports are likely to grow as we move into the future. And I think it's, refreshing to see a country that is, like I say, really tangibly investing in that and showing how important it is, rather than just a bit of a sort of soundbite around the importance. It properly kind of putting its money where its mouth is.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. John Williams, Managing Director of the E1 World Championship. Thank you again.
Thank you, Tom. Pleasure to be on.
Well, staying in Jeddah, there's growing excitement ahead of the Formula E World Championship, which returns to the Red Sea city in mid-February. Well, fans can expect high-speed action and immersive entertainment. Well, last year's edition was seen as a great success, the perfect mixture of speed and spectacle. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by the co-founder of Formula E, who is also the Chief Championship Officer, Alberto Longo, who joins us from Madrid. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Alberto. First of all, can you just tell us, why do you think Saudi Arabia has become such a key stop for Formula E?
Well, such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me and representing, my company, Formula E. The kingdom is such an important country for Formula E. But first of all, because we feel you guys made us feel like we are at home, and why I'm saying this is we were the first international event that came to the kingdom, back 8 years ago, actually. We have started doing races in Riyadh. Now we are racing in Jeddah. Definitely, we love being there. The whole ecosystem of Formula E, not only us as promoters of the championship, but the manufacturers, the teams, the drivers, they all love being there. And definitely, we're here to stay, and we will be in the kingdom for many, many years. Our good friend, the Prince Abdulaziz, the Minister of Sport, he was absolutely critical in a positive way, to get us to the kingdom. And definitely we thank him so much, and the Ministry of Sport, and because of all the years that we have been there, and as I said before, all the good years that are coming as well.
Sounds very exciting now. The Formula E World Championship is going to be in Jeddah in mid-February. Give us a little teaser. What can fans expect this year?
Well, first of all, I mean, it's me, obviously, talking as a founder of Formula E, but definitely, I see Formula E as the biggest entertainment motorsport platform in the world today. Why I'm saying this? Two factors. One, on track. Whoever comes to see the race, and we had the pleasure of hosting more than, I think it was 20,000 people last year. Hopefully this year will be even a bigger figure. All these people, we have two key things. One is having excitement during the race. There is going to be a lot of overtaking. We had more than 200 overtakes last year during the races. Actually, we do two races during the weekend, one on Friday, the other one on Saturday. And entertainment is guaranteed on track because of the amount of overtakes and action, but also off track with the concerts, with a lot of activation from global sponsors that will absolutely love for all the people here that come to the race. So everybody in the ecosystem looking forward to get there. I'm actually heading there 5-6 days before in order to finalize all the organization and everything. But as I said before, also because you guys make us feel like home, and definitely it's this date in the agenda that is always marked, like a very, very special date.
Yeah, Alberto, you're painting the picture of basically a whole weekend that's sort of built around it. It's not just the cars, is it? It's the entertainment, the cultural experiences. But this is a business program, and I'm just wondering whether you could give us a flavor of what you think the value of it is to the Saudi economy.
Well, yeah, actually we do impact studies to economical impact studies to all the cities that we go to, and we have an average of around $85 million per weekend. So this is how much money do we leave in into the cities that we go to. This is an average. There are 110. There are some that are 65. In the case of Jeddah, it's in the region of 80s, 80, 82. I think it was the last one that we did last year. And that is a mix of obviously people coming from abroad, that will follow Formula E wherever we go. The expenditure that these people do in Jeddah, from transportation to hotels to hospitality to obviously to restaurants, etc., etc., etc. Then the actual expenditure that the Formula E does into the country, and the most important thing, which is the media factor, And definitely last year, we had the record-breaking audiences in Formula E all year long. We had something like 650 million TV viewership during the whole year. We broke the figure of 400 million fans last year as well. 420 million fans actually in the world. Only in Saudi, I think we have something like 4.6 million fans, out of which 47% are female, which is this rarely happen in motorsport, which is a sport predominantly for men, but we are changing that, and definitely we are very well balanced, in terms of gender.
What about younger audiences? Are you managing to appeal to the younger generation as well?
That's a very good question, and actually it was a kind of one of our first target that we had. I come from motorsport. My business partner as well, we both come from combustion motorsport, Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 3, and we saw that fans were getting older and older and older, more kind of my age, 50, 55, 60, that's kind of the average age of in other form of motorsports. We managed in only 11 years, this is the 12th season, this is the 12th season that we're starting now, and we managed to get that significantly down, all the way down to 27 years old average age. So we're so proud of that. With us, I believe motorsport has a future, in terms of we keep on attracting younger audiences that have never been attracted by motorsport, like what I was saying before, women, and definitely that guarantee the future of the sport that we love.
Okay, and I mean, I can sort of picture the Jeddah Corniche while you're talking, and that circuit is pretty iconic. I mean, is there anything about the Jeddah Corniche circuit that makes it unique, would you say, compared to some of the other stops on the Formula E calendar?
Well, I mean, also for Formula 1, we're talking about the fastest urban track in the world, and that happens to us as well. And it's unique. It's just by the sea. It's the infrastructure is absolutely unbelievable, amazing. In the what Ministry of Sport does there, it's incredible as well. The resources that they put on the human resources that they put on every single event that they do there. I mean, they make this race very special, very special. I have been there also in Formula 1. I have been there in almost every other event that they do, and I can say, it's definitely in the top 3 events in motorsport in general. So we're talking about whatever Formula 1 or us, or it's definitely one event that the people will always remember and always want to go back. I think it has to do a little bit also with how the kingdom is opening to the world today, and that's critical. That's so important. And we feel very proud to be part of that journey as well, because we were the first one opening trying to open in very humbly, obviously, to the kingdom to the world and bringing foreigners. I remember back then, 10 years ago, we thanks to Formula E or to the people that actually brought Formula E, obviously, we were the first people who had a visa, an international kind of visa that could get into the kingdom without kind of a very special process. So we did. They did for us an amazing process, which was digital, super fast, super quickly. That now everybody is using, and that, as you can imagine, that makes us feel so proud.
While you were talking, I was reminded of one of the questions someone in my newsroom was asking earlier on, which is, do you see at some point, and you mentioned Formula 1, do you see Formula E somehow replacing it?
Well, I think we're sitting when the industry is today, and I'm a big fan of Formula One. I don't want Formula One to be smaller than what they are today. But what I foresee is that Formula E growing and growing and growing and growing. You know, that's it's happening today as we speak. You know, in the first 11 years of history of this championship, we are not competing, but we are out there together with championship that has been in the market for 75, 80, 100 years. And we are already the second most important championship in the world. That's when we talk about cars, you know, racing cars, obviously. And that, again, makes us feel so proud. But we're not looking at anybody else. We're just, you know, trying to get our own ladder, you know, our own way to success. If eventually we're going to be bigger or not than Formula One, that time will say. Technology is evolving more rapidly, obviously, in EVs than in combustion engine cars. The industry has swapped into electric quite a few years ago already. So we're sitting where the industry, where the manufacturers are, and eventually I would say that we will be, you know, at least as big as Formula One. No?
And just listening to what you're saying there, Alberto, and I'm trying to visualize, you know, the driving skills that are required in Formula E, and I'm wondering to myself, how much of it is about driver skill? How much of it is about technological innovation in Formula E?
That's actually a very good question, and you know, it doesn't have to be one or the other. We really want both of them to happen. You know, I strongly am a strong fan of a human championship, meaning the driver is the one that needs to make the difference. You know, on the binomium car driver is the driver who has to be, you know, the one that you know that make that difference. But definitely, we need the car to be faster and faster every time. What I don't agree with is those championships that actually make big differences in between different teams, and definitely doesn't make it competitive. I can tell you, in 12 years of history of Formula E, in 11, because we have finished 11 seasons, we have had 10 different world champions. Only last year, more than 70% of the races were won by different drivers. So that tells you how competitive our championship is. And we have massive manufacturers in the championship, like Porsche, like Jaguar, like Nissan, like Mahindra, you know, Cupra, from the group Stellantis, we have now this year Citroën. So we have massive brands, but they are so tight, it's so competitive that a single mini mistake will put you, you know, back in the grid, and that means that someone else obviously is winning. Therefore, I would say that both things are absolutely critical for Formula E: the development on the car and the driving skills. It's not one or the other. We believe in the opposite. Both needs to work.
All right, thanks for answering that question. And just lastly, looking ahead, I mean, how do you see Formula E growing in Saudi Arabia?
Well, we will, you know, I mean, we're always subject to what, you know, His Royal Highness, you know, want us to be racing. So we have been racing, as I mentioned, in Riyadh, now in Jeddah. It sounds like eventually we could be racing, you know, also in Qiddiya in the future, which is, you know, we will be delighted to, you know, to follow the leadership of His Royal Highness. We just want to grow the number of fans, you know, year on year. Again, we have been there now already 8 years, so definitely, you know, the sport is growing. When we got there, there was very little fans to single-seater championships. Today, we have quite a lot. Obviously, Formula One is also going there and helping to grow that awareness about single-seater. The fan in Saudi Arabia normally is more into rally, into off-road championships, which is absolutely amazing as well. So how do we see ourselves growing? Keep on, first of all, keep on going there. It's absolutely critical, you know, having at some point a technology or a manufacturer coming from the kingdom, that will be fantastic. And we are talking to one of them. Eventually, having a driver that will make a big difference, because we all want to have a local hero in a race. But definitely, I think keep on doing the things the way we are, keep on being competitive, keep on having people having fun in our races. I think is so important to grow that fan base in the kingdom. Definitely a key target for us.
All right, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Co-founder of Formula E and the Formula E Chief Championship Officer, Alberto Longo. Thank you very much indeed.
Very, very, very nice to meet you. Thank you so much for all the support, and hopefully I'll see you and everybody else in the race in just a few weeks.
And finally, the Saudi region of Qasem is having something of a winter tourism surge, drawing visitors like never before. Well, the Qasem winter season includes bustling heritage villages, traditional markets and desert adventures, meaning there is something for everyone. Well, with upgraded infrastructure and services, Qasem has become a year-round destination, bringing Saudi Vision 2030 to life, as this helps to diversify the nation's economy. Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal Plus here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Dr. Mohammed, it's so good to have you with us. My first question to you is, what does Kevin Warsh becoming the next Fed governor mean for you, for the markets, and for the independence of the Federal Reserve?
Thank you for having me. I think it is very good news across the board, because Kevin is someone with a tremendous amount of experience. He was a governor of the Fed at a very important time. He has significant expertise in economics and in markets. He communicates extremely well, and he understands that you need to modernize the functioning of the Federal Reserve. So he is very good news in terms of putting this institution that's so critical, not just to the US well-being, but to the global well-being, in the hands of someone with experience, expertise, and an understanding of what needs to be done. For the market in the short term, in the very short term, he will be viewed as less dovish than the alternatives that were mentioned. So as the rumors started going that he was the front runner and he's likely to be nominated, you saw the dollar strengthen, you saw interest rates go up a little bit. And that is a relative statement, because people also thought it could be some of the others who are seen to be much more dovish. Finally, what does it mean for the independence of the central bank? It means an ability to reinforce independence. You know, independence requires accountability. And accountability for your mistakes, accountability for being able to take a view of the future and not being just data dependent. And Kevin Warsh fundamentally understands that. So I think that as he reforms the Fed, there will be less of an inclination to try to reform it from outside, which is what has happened in the last year.
The strength of the dollar that we have seen, is this a trend? Because we all know that the dollar weakness was the main theme that we saw last year. Since President Trump became president in his second term, we have seen a 10% drop in the dollar. So are you worried about the weakness that we are seeing in the dollar?
I think that there's a good chance that over time the dollar will be range bound. But if it breaks the range, it's more likely to go weaker than stronger. And there's two main reasons for that. One is that this U.S. administration doesn't mind a weaker dollar. You heard President Trump. He sees that as increasing competitiveness of U.S. industry, and you see it as also attracting more inflows into the U.S. And the second reason is that some parts of the rest of the world, particularly in Asia, feel they are overweight the U.S., overweight the dollar. So you've seen them buying gold, seeking to diversify. So if we break the range, it's more likely to be to the weaker dollar than the stronger dollar.
And the weakness in the dollar, it's mainly one of the reasons is because, as you have mentioned, investors are selling the dollar and buying gold, and we are talking here about institutional investors in addition to central banks. We have seen volatility in gold prices, unprecedented volatility, and we have seen unprecedented gains in gold prices. Where are you seeing gold prices heading?
So, a year ago, I remember being asked, where do you see gold prices heading in 2025? And I said 5,000. And people thought that was silly. And as it turned out, we didn't get to 5,000 until January of 2026. So why? Because of what you mentioned. First, central bankers in Asia in particular had become regular buyers of dollar, month after month after month. Secondly, institutional investors have much more interest now in gold, which is viewed as a safe haven, a better safe haven than bonds. And then finally, speculators, when they see institutional buyers, be them investors or central bank, they will buy gold. So this is what got us to these levels. From here, it will be a much more volatile journey. We will see gold prices swing quite a bit, but it would not surprise me if we get to 6,000 in 2026.
But do you think central banks will continue to buy dollars at these to buy gold, at these record levels?
Yes, I do. These are what are called non-commercial purchases. They are being bought not to make money, but to meet another objective. And in this case, it is to reduce the holdings of dollar and to introduce a new risk mitigator. So yes, they will continue buying. They may buy a slightly slower pace and then a faster pace, but there will be net buyers going forward.
How about silver? Silver has been. Is it actually a safe haven for the dollar? How do you explain this rise in silver? Because we know silver was also, we have seen funds going to silver, but at the same time there's an industrial use for the silver. So should we be worried about a deep correction in silver prices?
So a deep correction is possible in both gold and silver, but my sense is that it will be reversed if it happens. Silver is a derivative trade of gold right now. People look at silver, they think it's cheaper because of the way people think, $100 versus $5,000. That's just a behavioral thing. And they think of it as being the turbocharge bet on gold. And that's why it has had an even more extraordinary increase. So yeah, it will trade with gold, but with a much higher volatility than gold.
Deep correction of gold, even if central banks you're predicting central banks to keep on buying?
It is possible because there's so many speculators in the trade right now. When you get asked, there's this famous thing that when your taxi driver starts asking about an asset, be it Bitcoin, be it something else, the .coms, it's become too popular, and you have to be careful on that.
Doctor, one thing also we're watching is what's happening in the bonds market, especially Japan. Yields are at all-time high. There's a bit of worry about that, especially that we have trillions of dollars of Japanese capital invested abroad. So are you worried that this capital will come back to Japan and that will affect asset prices outside of Japan?
That is certainly a concern. And at some point, earlier in January, the sell-off in bonds seemed disorderly. And that's when you start worrying on that, because when you cannot sell what you want to sell, you sell what you can't sell. So suddenly you start selling other assets. So the concern is, as you absolutely correct in saying, is that Japanese are very large holders of foreign assets. And they may need to sell their assets because of what's happening in the Japanese bond market. I think the bigger point, and I keep on mentioning this, is that in the old days, the bond market would attack emerging economies. Argentina, Brazil, Thailand. In the last 3 years, we've seen the bond market get impatient with the UK, with France, and with Japan. That's 3 of the 7 G7 countries. And I think that that's the reality, that now no country is immune to the bond market feeling impatient.
Are you worried of any crisis that we might see because of that? Is there a risk of any crisis, a debt crisis in 2026?
Crisis is a strong word. Is there a risk that the bond market loses patience with all that is being asked to fund? Is being asked to fund hyperscalers, tremendous demand for capital to build data centers, is being asked to fund very large government deficits in most advanced economy. Corporate, household, is there a chance that it will lose patience? Yes. Do I think we get anything like 2008? No. So we will get market volatility, we'll get more fragmentation, but I do not believe we'll get a 2008 crisis.
Doctor, today, when equities are at all-time high, in different geographies, in different markets, when metals are at all-time high, where should someone invest right now?
So I get asked that question all the time. I get people who stop me in airports, literally stop me in airports, and say, should I do this? And I say, first, I don't know what your objective is. Is it a short-term objective? Is it a long-term objective? I don't know. Secondly, I don't know what your risk tolerance is, because the worst thing that happens to investors is that they panic. When prices go down, even of good assets, they sell them on that. So I don't know what your risk, and I don't know what else you own. So I tell them a few principles. First, do not rely on stock markets for your next 6 months, okay? Because they are volatile, and we are, like you said, all-time highs. And we may get a correction, and you don't want to be forced to sell. Second, ask yourself the question, which is very difficult to ask. Not what could be my mistake, what could be my unrecoverable mistake, non-recoverable mistake. I think if people ask that question, they would probably reduce at the margin their holding of equities. And they would probably go more in cash, wait to see how all these uncertainties play out. Because right now, as you say, we are at very high valuations.
But even there's a question about the fiat currencies, and there's less confidence in fiat currencies, and holding cash can make you actually lose money. So why would they hold cash right now?
So cash is a risk mitigator. Is it a perfect risk mitigator? No. And that's why a lot of people have been buying gold. They see that as a bet. But relative to equities, it is a risk mitigator. And what one realizes is that one is forced to live in a relative world, not an absolute. So let's take the dollar. The dollar is a reserve currency. Are people as comfortable with the dollar as they were before? No. But where else are you going to go? Are you going to go to the euro? No. The European economy is not where the US economy is. The US economy is stronger. Will you go to the Chinese currency? No, it's not fully convertible. So when it solves in this world of relative space, people either slowly diversify away, or say, you know what, it may not be perfect, but it's good. I take the example, suppose you're on a business trip, and suppose your trip gets extended for one day, and you cannot go to the laundry. You will wear your cleanest dirty blouse. I will wear my cleanest dirty shirt. And cash, and particularly dollar cash, is your cleanest dirty shirt. It's not pristine, but it's cleaner than anything else in the closet when it comes to currencies.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The mother of all deals. That's how Indian and EU leaders have described their historic free trade agreement. It's been 2 decades in the making. So what or who increased the urgency to get it signed? Should all eyes be on the White House? We look at the economic and geopolitical implications coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Habib, thank you so much for your time. As we know, you've stepped into a leadership role now. What do you miss the most about fighting and being in the cage?
Honestly, almost nothing. Like, I was there a long time, like professional fighter, 12 years. I was on top, I was a champion. I feel all energies. Like, when I miss some competition energy, I just can go to the gym, I can fight some best fighters in the world, you know, and in my weight classes, even above, you know. And for these kind of things, I'm fully good.
And we were just hearing from some of the guys who came before talking about training camp with you and you being their coach, and they said that you just pushed them so hard.
They say I'm nice?
No, they said they were almost dead when you were training them. There was nothing left and you kept on going. You're pushing them to the max.
That's why they are best, because we push limits, you know. We're not here to just compete. I just want everybody become the champions. They take all belts. And if you want to become the best, you have to train like a best fighter, you know. You don't have choice, you know. When we have so many facilities, so many good opportunity, we just need to train, eat, sleep, repeat, and that's it, you know. That's why I push them to the limit.
They're going to the nightclub. But just a quick one. What keeps you so motivated and so engaged?
Best motivation for me when they happy. You know, I just want they become happy, they become champions, they become successful on this life, and I have this kind of opportunity, and I just want to share with them. This is what keep me on track, if we can say.
And of course we've got this big fight coming up between Usman and Alfie, obviously happening in Dubai. What's your prediction?
My prediction, Usman have to finish him 2nd or 3rd round. This is what I think.
And do you love football? I just wanted to ask one final question on football. Are you still playing football? How's that going? Who's your favourite? Who's going to win the World Cup?
I think Spain or France. I think Spain or France, they both, for my opinion, they both favorites on this Maybe it's Portugal too, because Portugal have very good young team. Portugal can win, but my two teams is like, I think they are not my favorite teams, but I think Spain or France.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Kyoto, Japan's former capital. You can perhaps consider it the quieter, quainter counterpart to Tokyo, which is known for future tech and skyscrapers. Kyoto is where you can experience the authentic Japanese culture no less. Here's how to get to know the city. First are the temples. The city is famous for its beautiful temples, and there are a lot of them you can visit. Kyoto, in fact, is called the City of 10,000 Shrines. The Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, is perhaps the most notable one. It is considered Kyoto's most celebrated landmark. It has gold leaf walls that reflect the peaceful ambiance around it, in the middle of a park of cherry trees. Next up is the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is worthy in your must-visit list too. It is dedicated to Inari, the god of rice and business. You'll find it at the foot of Mount Inari, with woodland paths leading up to the mountain. Indulge in the breathtaking city views while you're at it too. Walk around the historic district called Higashiyama. This is where you'll find Kyoto's traditional wooden architecture. You can buy local crafts and feast on food-stall snacks. What you won't find here are elements that symbolize the 21st century lifestyle, such as telephone cables and poles. Quite interesting. And then there's the Philosopher's Walk. This is named after the 20th century philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who liked to stroll down the lane. The walk actually runs between the Ginkakuji, the Silver Temple, actually made of wood, and Nanzenji Temple. Walking through it will take about half an hour, but worth it especially during cherry blossom season. Delicate pink flowers are sometimes thrown over the canal. Last but not least is Kiyomizudera. This place is considered the star attraction of the Higashiyama district. It is a large temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It has a temple wooden terrace that's constructed entirely without nails. That's its most popular architectural feature. It's highly recommended that you visit during spring or autumn for spectacular views of the landscape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The mother of all deals. That's how Indian and EU leaders have described their historic free trade agreement. It's been 2 decades in the making. So what, or who, increased the urgency to get it signed? Should all eyes be on the White House, perhaps? We look at the economic and geopolitical implications here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. This is a landmark deal, a tariff-free zone that encompasses 2 billion people. After decades of on-again, off-again negotiations, the EU and India have struck a free trade agreement. India has traditionally been a protectionist economy, but now it's facing US trade tariffs of 50%. The EU is currently subject to 15% US tariffs, but more threats continue to come its way every time President Trump wants to make a point. So the timing of this deal is no coincidence. It sends a message.
Our global order man.
Friends, we are seeing a lot of turmoil today in the global order. At such a time, the partnership between India and the European Union will strengthen stability in international systems.
As the 2 largest democracies in the world, we are working hand in hand to deliver concrete benefits for our citizens and to shape a resilient global order that underpins peace and stability, economic growth and sustainable development.
Coming up, we'll ask our expert panel, what message does this trade deal send, and should the US be worried? If this is an EU attempt to weaken India's reliance on Russia, And could closer security and defence ties be next? Let's welcome our panel for this debate. Cornelia Meyer is with us, a European geopolitical analyst and CEO of Meyer Resources. Dr. Bibu Prashad Rutre is here, a former Director General of India's National Security Council Secretariat. And Greg Swenson is rounding out our panel, the chairman of Republicans Overseas UK. Thanks to all of you for joining us here on Counterpoints. Well, Indian and EU leaders have called it the mother of all deals, a free trade agreement that, if and when it's ratified, will eliminate tariffs on almost 97% of their traded goods. Now, the US still remains the biggest overall trading partner for both India and the European Union, but it's putting tariffs up, not slashing them. So, Cornelia, let's start with you. This deal has been in the works for about 2 decades. What got it over the line now? And was there a sense of urgency because of the Trump factor?
I think there probably was a sense of urgency because of what you call the Trump factor, because as tariffs were rising with the US, and the US is the largest trading partner for both India and for the EU. For the EU, the US makes 17.3% of trade, followed by China, followed by the UK. So I think what happened with sort of the Trump factor is many nations and many the EU is not a nation. It's a multilateral organization. But what it did for the EU is it focused them on having a more multi-vectoral trade approach, and I think that's what you see. That's what you saw also with the UK, with Keir Starmer going to China. That had a lot to do with the multi-vectoral approach. But it's not just Donald Trump. India is the largest country in the world by population, and this is it is the mother of all trade deals. When you look at it, it is a trade zone, a free trade zone, essentially of 2 billion people. That is quite substantial.
Greg, I'm going to come to you in just a moment, but I want to get the EU-Indian perspective first, and then we'll get your reaction on it. So, Bibu, what do you think? Do you think that this was always going to get over the line, but perhaps this new tariff structure from the US gave it the extra urgent push it needed, or am I reading too much into that?
No, you are right. You are right in saying that the US tariffs or the Trump administration's policies of imposing 25% tariff to begin with and topping it up with another 25% because India is buying Russian oil, was a definite factor, but there are other factors as well. As you mentioned, this particular trade negotiation has been happening since 2007 when they sat and started talking to one another. And then they had about 16 rounds of negotiations, and it stopped in 2013 because of differences, large number of differences, and then didn't begin till about 2022. And after that, 2022 is when the pandemic had just sort of got over and India was looking to re-energize, revitalize its economy, and then it started again. So after that, between 2022 and 2025, there have been a number of rounds of negotiations. And what happened in 2025 was India was signing a lot of free trade agreements. At least 3 agreements were signed in 2025. All are due to the Trump factor because Indian exports to US had completely declined. India was trying to look at diversification of its exports. The exporters were building pressure on the Indian government. So that's definitely one factor, and it is a major factor at that. But additionally, there are 3 other factors as well.
We'll come to those other factors in a moment, but let me just pause you there just for a second to hand it over to Greg to bring you into the discussion there. The Trump factor seems to be an element in pushing these two, mega trading blocs together. Should the US be worried, Greg?
I don't think so. In fact, we're for the most part cheering this deal. We want the EU and India to trade. We want to reduce dependency overall on China, especially for the US, because we had these choke point problems and plus a massive trade deficit. The EU is also, carrying a big trade surplus with the US, and they sort of offset that, because they had a big trade deficit with China. So there's a couple of moving parts here, but I think generally speaking, to diversify your trade and reduce dependency on China specifically, but I mean, you could say that about a number of countries, but really for the US, the troubling dependency and choke points was with China. So we're glad to see trade deals happening amongst others. And I saw a great headline on this particular deal. It said the EU-India trade deal is boring, and that's a good thing. And I agree. The less traction or the less, the fewer requirements, the better. With non-tariff trade barriers or, exemptions for all kinds of different things. Just a great low or no tariff straight on trade deal is ultimately what we'd like to see around the world.
Even though the US is putting its tariffs up?
Yeah, because our tariffs were so much lower than those of our trading partners. So it's just really reciprocal at this point, even if in some places our tariffs might be higher than the trading partner. But generally speaking, we didn't have tariffs at all. We were enjoying the benefits of no tariffs or low tariffs because it was good for corporate profits. It was good for offshoring. And in the long run, it was good for keeping inflation down because of really cheap products coming in from China. But ultimately, that's not sustainable. Carrying these, $900 billion of trade deficit every year is just not sustainable. So there's, I think, some corrective measures were required. But this is not, America first. It's surely not America alone. We want global trade to continue. We just don't want the dependencies that we in particular had with China.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cornelia, what's your reaction? I could see you having a nice chuckle there to the idea of it being a boring deal. Is that a good thing? And what do you make of Greg's analysis?
Well, I don't think it's a boring deal. I actually think it's a very exciting deal because I look at the 2 billion people and I look at the potential, and I look at the potential for, quite a bit of European industry. You saw for the car industry, for instance, you saw what it did to stocks of non-European car manufacturers. They went down as the deal was signed. So I think actually it's a positive, non-boring deal. I can't quite agree with Greg. I'm an ultimate free trader. I can't quite agree with Greg on the sort of the Trump tariff regime. I think trade is not a zero-sum game. And if I look at the U.S., when you look at in terms of services, the U.S. does very good. Well, in terms of goods, it may have had quite a few deficits, but then manufacturing, I know, make America great again, but the shape of manufacturing is not anymore the shape of manufacturing that it was in the 1960s, which is the time that Donald Trump would like to get back to, because it's robotics, it's AI. It doesn't really employ that many people, and I think we have to just put that a little bit in perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, but I think you'll see a lot of new technology type manufacturing spring up in the U.S. I mean, so much investment is coming in for data centers and coming in for AI. So yeah, I agree with you. It's not your grandfather's manufacturing base. And we'll still use developing countries for some of that low cost or low tech labor and manufacturing. So again, we don't want it all coming from China. We have a 50% dependency on antibiotics from China. We've got 75% on lithium batteries. We've got 90% on rare earths. I don't think all the rare earths are going to be onshored. I think they'll be coming from other countries that have deposits of rare earth minerals. So, this is exciting. And I agree. I love that EU-India trade deal. What I meant, it was boring in the details. And that's, again, a good thing. Let's just cut barriers and not complicate things.
Mm-hmm. Bipu, what do you...
Very quickly, just when you talk about minerals, metals, and mining, lithium and so on, it's the refining that happens refining and processing.
Absolutely.
That happens in China. It gets mined in the Western Balkans, shipped to China. So it is that refining. 60% of all metals is refined in China, and 91% of rare earths. Very difficult to displace that because of overcapacity, environmental hazards, and so on.
Bipu, do you think that this is going to make it harder for the US to compete in India, for example?
Yes. The expression that the deal is boring is, I think, a matter of perception. I do not really speak for the government of India, but the perspective from New Delhi is they were really looking forward to the Trump 2 administration to strengthen the ties. So the non-happening of the trade deal, which they thought India will be the first country to sign the trade deal with the US, that didn't happen. They thought they will be among the 5 countries to sign the trade deal. That didn't happen, and it hasn't happened till now. That has come as shock, as well as a matter of desperation for India to diversify its trade. 132 billion of Indian exports to the US. So where does India find those markets? I mean, I understand the boring part of it because the EU-India trade is already 137 billion. Obviously, this 132 billion that India is losing out with the US is not going into the EU. You cannot compensate for that. So that way is boring. It's always also boring because 75% of the Indian exports to the EU already do not have any tariff. They go for at least 0 tariff or 1% tariff. So this deal is not about tariffs at all. It's about strengthening a partnership and also sending a message to Mr. Trump that here is a framework. Now, the EU has taken India's sensitivities on agricultural products, dairy products, and all sorts of things into account, and that's how the trade deal happened. Take those sensitivities into account with the India-US trade deals as well, and that trade deal will happen. So that's the measure of sort of frustration that India has with the US at the moment.
Greg, do you want to weigh in on any of that? And also, I also want to ask you, do you think that this deal between India and the EU is going to make it harder for India and the US to strike a deal now? Because, as we were said, their trade agreement isn't yet finalised.
Yeah, perhaps it will, but I think, the U.S. remains the greatest consumer market in the world. So I think there's always going to be a premium for that. I don't think any country, especially a country with a trade surplus with the U.S., is going to win in any sort of trade fight or trade war. So, no, I think, things will settle down. It's been a volatile year since April with tariffs. So the president has a unique way of doing things, but ultimately things get sorted out. So I'm pretty confident. Mm-hmm. And great. And again, very happy to see the trade deal.
Okay. And before we move on to our next segment, let me just ask you, Cornelia, what do you think? Do you think that this is sending a direct message to the Trump administration?
I think the issues with trade with Trump that the EU has, that India has, have accelerated the deal. But the deal was in the making for 2 decades, off and on. It sputtered off and on. That's normal. So I would say, yes, there is a Trump factor in terms of making it happen now, maybe make it happen, making it happen a little bit faster. for any country at all, a multi-vectoral approach to trade, not being dependent on one or the other country too much is a very good thing.
All right. Well, let's broaden this out beyond commerce to broader geopolitical fields as well, because as all of you have rightly pointed out in your various answers there, nothing happens in a vacuum, and this deal comes against the backdrop of some pretty complex geopolitical machinations. For one, there's the continuing concern over the power and influence of China, as Greg, you've been pointing out, across various global theatres. And of course, the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. India remains one of Russia's major oil customers and has copped additional US tariffs as a result. Have a listen to how the US Treasury Secretary reacted to the news of this EU-India deal.
The Russian oil goes into India, the refined products come out, and the Europeans buy the refined products. They are financing the war against themselves.
OK, so, Greg, what do you make of that argument there from the Treasury Secretary, that Europe is financing a war against itself by entering into this deal with India?
Yeah, the Treasury Secretary is absolutely correct. And we've been complaining about that, not just, since the Ukraine war started, but for generations now. Even Reagan was warning the Germans about dependency on Russian oil and gas. So, he's absolutely right. The fact that it gets refined in India and then shipped to the Europeans is just more money for India and good for them. I mean, if they're capitalists, right? So, but for geostrategic issues, it's really difficult for that to continue. And Europe is funding both sides of the war. The U.S. was funding both sides of the war during the Biden years. We were funding it through Iran, through lifting the sanctions and sending them cash. And so, Iran was helping Russia. And at the same time, we were sending money to Ukraine. So, yeah, there's some obviously geostrategic, geopolitical issues that have to be addressed.
Cornelia, what do you think? Is Europe funding a war against itself?
No, I don't think so. I definitely don't think so. And look, India is doing what is good for India. And I was actually not very happy about Europe disassociating itself from Russian gas, because the thing that Europe had going for it was it had well-educated, very expensive labor and cheap energy. That's how European industry could remain competitive. Now, very high energy prices, very high labor costs. Europe is no longer competitive. That, as a European, really worries me. As an Anglo-Swiss who is not in the EU, neither of my two nationalities are in the EU, but as a European overall, that worries me. And India is doing what's good for India in buying Russian oil. It actually is buying less Russian oil now. Before the war on the Ukraine, India's imports of Russian oil were 2%. Then it came up to where it is now, which was very high. And it's now gone down by about a third. But look, India is doing, countries do what's best for them. As Henry Kissinger once said, a great American, countries don't have friends, countries have interests, and countries will do what's in their interest.
It's a great point, Cornelia. And I look at what, most of the economic challenges in Europe are self-inflicted wounds. The Germans developed this for years. Their net zero policies, their dependency on renewables and dependency on Russian oil and gas and coal. And so, and the UK has done the same thing. The UK was energy independent in 2005, and now they're completely dependent. So, this isn't just about Russia. This is about self-destructive energy policy in Europe, with the exception of the French.
Okay. I might have to get both of you back on to debate.
It was rational for Angela Merkel and for German leaders to say, let's take energy from where it is cheap. People will, countries again will do what's in their best interest.
I'll bring you both back and we can discuss energy policy on a later debate. But I'm going to turn this back to Bipu now with regard to India buying Russian oil. Do you think that there's anything in this deal That's a way of the EU trying to ingratiate itself more with Indian policy to try and weaken its association with Moscow there.
I think there is an intent on part of Europe to do that. Ursula talked about this deal being directed at, she didn't name any particular country, but she said this deal will lessen the dependence of India on certain countries. You know who is he referring to. But India, as already been mentioned by other panelists, India buys Russian oil because it's cheap. And the quantity of oil imports has gone down because of two factors. Because the discounts Russians were giving earlier has gone down. And also, India is reaching out to the Trump administration, try to remove one of the complaints that the Trump administration has against India, that we will do it gradually. See, this is a progress that we have already made. Eventually, in a couple of years, we'll bring the imports down to 0%, but this is our compulsion. India defines this as in two terms. One is strategic autonomy and also multi-alignment. We will go after any country which is giving us benefits. And Russian and Indian ties go back in history. I mean, very, very strong ties in terms of defense, political affairs, and cultural affairs and everything. To sever that tie is practically not possible. So obviously it will go away or it will lessen if and only if India finds a reliable partner and alternative, either in the US or in the EU or somewhere else. It will not go out because somebody demands it or coerces India to do it.
Cornelia, what do you...
Can I just say...
Yeah, do you think that the EU is trying to do...
You? And I think one of the things we have to look at is also that these Russian imports, that these imports of Russian oil, they were not done by the Indian state. Some of the refineries are state-owned, but, you know, Reliance and other private sector players, it's very hard to tell a private sector player, thou shalt not import from there. And also to the Russia-India ties, they're historic. Remember the time of the non-aligned movement. So these Russia-India times, they go back decades.
What about, Bibu, I'm going to bring you back in here because then I want to get reaction from Cornelia and Greg on it. Do you think that India can rival China in global manufacturing if, you know, now that it has this increased interest with the European Union?
I don't think New Delhi has any such misconception. China is a huge economy. India doesn't attempt to rival it. But India has problems with China, despite the fact that there has been some attempts at normalizing the relationship. There is tremendous distrust factor or lack of trust factor between New Delhi and Beijing. But that's on one plane. The other plane is India's economic or the trade relationship with China is robust. It's huge. It's the imports that India does from China in terms of raw materials and other things, which is very vital for India's economy. And that's been going on. As the Trump administration imposed this 50% of tariff on India, China has been extra nice to New Delhi, saying that we will now allow Indian exports on agricultural farming products and IT and pharmaceuticals into China. That is beginning to change. I don't know how far it's going to go, but India still doesn't trust China so much. So there will always be a limitation to how much the Indian and Chinese ties grow and how much India will trust China to be a reliable partner compared to the US or compared to any other country.
Greg, we've been talking about whether this deal sends a message to the US. Do you think this deal sends a stronger message to China?
Yeah, I would hope so. And I think it does. I think, again, there's so many countries that have these unusual trading dependencies with China. And so if there's more disruption to that, even outside of the U.S., I think that's a positive. And so I hope we continue to kind of reduce these dependencies and make it much more of a trading system that's not China dependent. And so much of what that they've done with basically exporting cheap labor which is ultimately what they've done with their cheap products and cheap labor. But even in places where they are investing, like in Africa, where I do a lot of business, they're not employing local people. Belt and Road is just really aggressive, to say the least. It's being kind, and so I think more cutting of ties with China, or reducing dependencies with China, more the better. Not just from the U.S., but even from other developing countries around the world, especially in the Southern Hemisphere.
Cornelia, how do you view it?
Well, I view it does probably send some sort of a message to China, but as people told us, China has tried to be extra nice. But there are these geopolitical tensions, especially with the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, with the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, and so on. Yes, these tensions are there. But as you said, I mean, they're trading with India is still China is still a big trading partner of India. It may be a geopolitical rival, but there is also the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, where, I mean, India and China both cooperate on that one. And I think it's a very good thing that we have those frameworks, because it makes tensions less. When tempers get heated, it's good to have those channels of communication.
And BRICS as well.
And BRICS, yeah, of course, BRICS. But the SCO is sort of a little bit more structured than BRICS.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
All right, well, let's elaborate on these geopolitical, perhaps, implications, for want of a better word, and look maybe more specifically at defence and security for this final part of our debate, because the EU's top diplomat, Kaja Kallas, said that the EU and India are moving closer together at a time when the rules-based international order is under unprecedented pressure through wars, coercion and economic fragmentation. Those were her words. They've now signed a security and defence partnership, the EU and India, which the EU says responds to an increasingly challenging strategic environment. Cornelia, is that statement directed at any state in particular? Is it directed at China? Is it directed at Russia? Is it directed at the US?
I think it's more, if anything, it's directed at the US, because I mean, it just comes after Davos, and there was the whole Greenland issue, and there was also the Mark Carney speech, and I have some issues with Mark Carney's speech, but in one sense he was right when he said it's a rupture, and the world will never be as it was before, and I think there he's right. Now, when we say we have this defense and security partnership, it may be on the manufacturing side, on defense manufacturing. There may be with this trade deal that might be helpful. But other than that, Europe is not yet a bloc. Europe is in NATO. We don't have a European army. We don't have a European defense architecture. Emmanuel Macron was really pushing for that for about a decade now. Hasn't happened. Merz just spoke today. The German Chancellor spoke today in the Bundestag, in the German Parliament, and said, well, we really need to work on this, and we need to work together. So, but it's tough going. You have 27 nations. That's not easy to bring them under one umbrella, and how that technically will work is difficult. So I can see the business aspect, the defense industry aspect, the aeronautic industry aspect of that. I can't really see the straight defense and security aspect, but Bipu is probably a lot better placed to comment on this than I ever will be.
So then that's exactly who we're going to come to next. Bipu, what do you think, with obviously your security background? Is this alignment directed, is it sending a direct message to any other country in particular?
You need to see this deal as part of India's defense modernization and how India is going to shape its defense requirements from the rest of the world. Now, what is India trying to do is modernize its country, its defense industry. The overall emphasis is indigenization, producing hardware and technology transfer and everything else. So recently, earlier this month, the German Chancellor was here. He talked about indirectly the German company building 6 submarines in India that involves technology transfer. His predecessor was in India 3 times in 2 years. India and France have a very robust defense partnership. India looks at Europe as an amalgamation of countries, most of whom are politically neutral. And that makes them very attractive in terms of sourcing defense requirements. So India wants to break free in a way from this trap of being reliant on countries, a narrow pool of countries who are themselves involved in conflicts, like Russia. So Europe, for that matter, becomes a very vital and important partner. So I have no doubt to sort of say that as part of, in alignment with this trade deal, defense and security are the key pillars that are emerging between India and Europe.
All right. Greg,
it's on the industrial front.
Yes.
Greg, weigh in on this. What do you think? I mean, those comments from Kaja Kallas seemed quite pointed.
Absolutely. But, look, I think two things came out of Davos that were important. One is, you had a lot of virtue signaling from the individual leaders and saying that we can't trust the Americans, we can't. Well, I think that's great. I don't want them to be dependent on the U.S. We don't have the capability anymore to fight a two-front war. That happened during the Obama years. So I think a stronger Europe and a stronger NATO is good for the U.S. It's good for the world. And even the head of NATO came out at the end of Davos and said, by the way, good for you for saying that we need to increase defense and security spending, but we still are completely dependent on the United States. The United Kingdom, for example, could not defend themselves from an attack without the U.S. So, look, that's part of NATO, and I think that NATO is a good alliance, but it's going to be a much better alliance when you've got more equitable spending from the European countries. The second thing that came out recently, which is important and often overlooked, is partly with the execution in Iran last summer when the U.S. bombed the nuclear facilities, but even more so in Venezuela just a month ago. It really proved that Russian defenses are completely useless. The U.S. went in basically untouched and perfect execution. But part of that perfect execution is because the Russian air defense and missile defense systems completely failed. I mean, I think the Air Force just flipped a switch and shut them all down. So I think that shows you that any dependency on Russia, and so many countries have bought Russian, Russian defense and security programs are really going to have to rethink their defense and security and their procurement, because it was proven that the Russian defense is completely useless.
Bibu, do you agree? I mean, because we know that India relies a lot on Russia.
Yeah, but India it relies a lot on the US as well. India's ambitions of rising like a global power is tied very much to its relations with the US. India relies on the US for its aspirations of becoming a UNSC member, permanent member, NSC member, and everything else. I mean, under the Trump 1 administration, under the Biden administration, Indian and US defense partnerships soared to new highs. India doesn't have any sort of misconception about replacing US with any other power for that matter. No other power will be able to fulfill those ambitions. So India will be very happy to have the trade deal with the US and then start resetting its ties, which have gone a little haywire here and there with the US.
Cornelia, we saw President Putin hosted in New Delhi in December by Narendra Modi. I mean, how does a defence pact work between two countries that have very different perceptions about who an international aggressor is?
Well, I think, as we said before, and as people said before, India will do what's good for India. And on a defense front, it has a multi-vectoral approach. I mean, it will work with Russia where it finds Russia useful. It is in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, after all, where you have Russia, where you have China, where you have India.
Do you think some European partners, though, find that concerning?
I don't think they have found that concerning. If anything, the US tends to find it more concerning, as we saw in Turkey when they got the air defense system for Turkey, the Russian air defense system, and that meant that Turkey could no longer be manufacturing parts for the F-35. So we saw that in Turkey. I think the US finds that is a lot more aware of those things, and I think for Europe it is that industrial thing. It is that, Germans want to build ships again. The French want to make aircraft and all of those things. So I think I think Europe sees the threat less in that. The US sees the threat in that. And the US acts very decisively on it, as we have seen in Turkey.
Okay, Greg, we'll weigh in on that then. How does the US see, President Putin cozying up to Prime Minister Modi and then the EU and India signing a defence agreement? Well, I shouldn't say agreement, a pact.
Yeah, I think they'll be less annoyed with India and the EU. We'd rather have India with our allies, with our trading partners. The closer they are to the West, the better. It is troubling that Turkey was buying, Russian equipment, Russian defense systems. I mean, all I would ever buy from Russia is like really low tech, artillery shells or something. Obviously their technical stuff is inferior, and so.
So
but
why
also,
is it more concerning for Turkey but not as concerning for India?
Well, I think, look...
Turkey is a NATO nation. Turkey is the eastern bulwark of NATO.
That's right. We are dependent in some ways on Turkey because of the airspace, and they are the eastern flank of NATO. It's a great point. And so, look, I think, we're always going to, to side with our allies or our NATO partners first. And again, going back to the earlier comment, we'd much rather have India doing defense and security and other trade with the EU than with the Russians for a long list of reasons.
All right, we're almost out of time, so let me just do one final rapid-fire question to each of you, just with a brief response. Bipu, what do you think going forward? Do you see this as just being the start of India-EU partnership, or do you think that there's not much further that it can go from here?
There is a lot of road to cover. I mean, there is still a lot of window to the deal is going to come into effect only early next year. But before that, it's sending a message to the US, it's sending a message to a whole lot of countries that here is a framework, and we can use that framework to get into a very cooperative agreements with one another. And as far as the India-EU relationship is concerned, I think there are a lot of areas in which both will cooperate, and there's no limit to that.
All right, Greg, I might come to you next then, off the back of Bibu saying that this is sending a message of how a framework can look. What do you think? Do you see it impacting the US-India relationship?
No, I don't think so. Not in the long run anyway. And I think that, I look at India. If I had to bet on India or the EU, I'd pick India, right? They have, growing population. There's such opportunity there. The European economies are anemic. That's being kind. So the comparison between let's say GDP per capita of US and EU used to be kind of very close 20 years ago. And now that gap is widening. And so the wealth, they're stuck with these massive welfare states. And I'm worried about the European economies as well as the UK economies, because they're making these commitments to 5% of GDP on defense and security. They can't possibly meet those commitments while they continue with these massive welfare states.
All right, Cornelia,
so I'm betting on India.
Wrap us up.
Well, I'm betting on India too. What Europe needs is cheap energy. So you will probably not agree with me on that, Greg, because the US benefits big
American LNG.
Expensive us importing expensive LNG. But never mind.
Yeah.
But I think what we also should see, there's a huge upside. There's more than we can do. But this thing first needs to get ratified. And I was horrified when I saw that the Mercosur agreement, another thing of sort of diversification, multi-vectoral approach, got referred to the European Court of Justice for revision, for checking. And I hope that will not happen here. The EU Parliament, 27 countries, so many parties, is a very tricky thing to navigate.
It is going to be a tricky one. We will be watching it with very eager attention. I appreciate all your diverse views and, of course, your expertise across these issues. It's been a really illuminating debate. Cornelia Meyer, European geopolitical analyst and CEO of Meyer Resources. Dr. Bibu Prasad Rutre, former Deputy Director of India's National Security Council Secretariat, and Greg Swenson, the Chairman of Republicans Overseas UK. Thank you to all of you for being here on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. Keep up to date with our latest debates and our exclusive interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget, you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Berkeley. Known for its world-class university, liberal politics, and cultural and culinary pursuits, Berkeley City. It is but a mid-sized city in the San Francisco Bay Area in California with much to offer. It has about only 112,000 people, but with a great presence and strong reputation. You'll surely find an eclectic mix of cultures in this free-thinking city. It is home to a variety of yuppies, hippies, students, scientists, and activists. Where to go in the city of Berkeley? First, there's the Berkeley Art Museum, with high-profile exhibits regularly on schedule. It's got its own permanent collection and rotating with participating artists too. For a relaxing day in the city, drop by the Berkeley Marina and Pier. It is home to restaurants, sailing clubs, and the park. You will see the view of the popular Golden Gate Bridge and San Francisco skyline. Then, there's the Pacific Film Archive, with one of the most extensive film archives in the world. You'll surely learn about directors that hail from different eras and artistic movements. It is also the venue for the annual San Francisco International Film Fest. Another must-visit is the historic People's Park, a landmark of the free speech movement. Then, of course, there's the popular University of California, Berkeley. It has a visitor center for tourists, and you can go around its 178-acre campus. When you want a taste of the best local produce, there's the farmer's market. It's got prepared foods as well as performers and booths for local organizations too. Along downtown Berkeley, there are also game shops for hobbyists and gamers. There are specialty shops, some to feature their proudly locally made products. You'll find bookstores around here too. For a taste of Berkeley's gourmet food options, head over the streets up north. You'll also find Pakistani and Mexican restaurants here. The fresh food movement has become quite active around Berkeley. You'll find fertile farms and exquisite wineries around the city too. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
أهلا بكم. لم تكن العلاقة بين موسكو. Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in maintaining as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow pins hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
What U.S. President Donald Trump started in 2019 may have been taken a bit lightly, but now it's back on the table. Trump has made it clear he wants Greenland to be part of the U.S., and he's not ruling out using military or economic pressure to make it happen.
We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have Chinese and Russian ships all over the place.
So why Greenland? And could this actually happen? Let's take a deeper look. Greenland isn't just a big chunk of land floating off the coast of Canada. It's one of the most strategic, resource-rich, and politically sensitive places on Earth. And here's why. It's huge, the world's largest island with a tiny population of around 56,000 people, mostly indigenous Greenlanders. It sits in the Arctic between North America and Europe, making it a prime location for military operations. And underneath all that ice, rare earth minerals, oil, and natural gas, the stuff that powers everything from smartphones to wind turbines. And thanks to climate change, the Arctic is literally opening up. Melting sea ice is creating new shipping routes and revealing untouched resources. In short, Greenland is becoming a big deal fast. So what's going on exactly? Trump says it's a deal that must happen, arguing that the U.S. would benefit and so would Greenlanders. But here's the thing, Greenland isn't for sale. Denmark owns it, and Denmark's prime minister has said again this idea is, quote, absurd. More importantly, Greenland governs itself. Since 2009, it has broad autonomy, and it even has the right to declare independence. That's right, Greenland could one day be its own country. So yeah, buying it, not likely, but influencing it, that's a different story. The world is in the middle of a new Arctic race. It's a mix of climate change, geopolitics, and economics. Russia's growing more aggressive. China wants in too, calling itself a near-Arctic state and proposing a polar Silk Road. And then there's the US. It's determined not to fall behind. Greenland sits right in the middle of all of this. The US already has military base there used for missile defense and for tracking Russian subs in the North Atlantic. So this isn't just about buying land. It's about securing the Arctic. It's about rare minerals. It's about controlling the future of global trade routes. Now, could this be the next Cold War? Some think we're already there. We're entering what experts are calling the Arctic century. That means rising tensions, increasing militarization, and a race for resources, all happening faster as the ice melts. Greenland isn't just in the middle of that race. It might be the prize. And here's where it gets a bit more complicated. Greenlanders are proud of their identity. Many want independence, but not necessarily to join the US. And while they're open to closer cooperation with America, what do leaders actually think? Let's take a look.
Gør det meget klart, at set med den danske regeringsbriller, så er Grønland grønlændernes. Det er et meget, meget stolt folkefærd. Det er et sprog, det er en kultur, det er en befolkning, som er sin egen. Og som formand for Naalakkersuisut, museet i øvrigt har sagt, så er Grønland ikke til salg.
But here's the thing. Greenland still depends heavily on Danish subsidies. Its economy relies on fishing. Mining, still a work in progress. Full independence would be financially risky, unless maybe they strike a new deal with someone else. So the big question becomes, will Greenland choose to go it alone, or align with a new superpower? And where do we go from here? Will Trump push harder? Could Greenland ever switch hands? And are we entering a new age of Arctic competition? One thing's for sure, the world is watching an island most people ignored until now.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Calls grow for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to testify in the U.S. over his links with Jeffrey Epstein. President Trump says the U.S. will hopefully make a deal with Iran. And Kendrick Lamar wins 5 trophies at the 68th Grammy Awards in Los Angeles, as Trump threatens to sue host Trevor Noah. The fallout from the latest release of Epstein files continues today, with a lawyer representing his victims saying the former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor should now testify in the U.S. It comes as the UK's former ambassador to the U.S., Lord Peter Mandelson, has resigned from the Labour Party due to his links with the former financier and convicted paedophile. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya senior presenter Raya Alawi and news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McNeely. Thank you for both of you for joining us today. Raya, we'll start with you. What do you make of this latest release of the files that we've been seeing today, this weekend, including this newly released interview with Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, it is quite huge. We're talking about roughly 3 million pages of records of internal government documents, emails, court records, as well as a lot of photos, pictures, and videos. Of course, this is this all comes also implicating new names into the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. We have now names like Richard Branson, Elon Musk involved, more details about Lord Peter Mandelson's involvement also, of course also Sarah Ferguson and Andrew Mountbatten Windsor as well. Of course, as far as the interview is concerned, I mean, the interview a lot of us have seen clips of that interview. The interview was conducted in 2019, apparently, by Steve Bannon, and it was part of a campaign to reframe Epstein, basically. It's a media campaign at the time. Now, what I found it very bizarre, his answers to the questions. He was asked questions about his personal life, about his business as well. He was asked if he was the devil himself, and his answers were very ambiguous. And also a lot of his answers kind of reflected how egocentric I feel he was. At some point, he even called himself or agreed to, the presenters calling him that he is tier 1 of sexual predators. But he explained that tier 1 means the lowest level rather than the highest level. But then he was talking about morality as well, and it all seemed as if he was, contradicting himself. At one point talking about morality, at another point almost admitting, being a sexual predator in that interview. I honestly found it very bizarre.
I don't think any media campaign could ever redeem the image of Jeffrey Epstein.
Not.
Now, Shane...
Strange with you.
Exactly. Yeah. Now the former UK ambassador to Washington, Lord Peter Mandelson, has now also resigned from the British Labour Party as a result. Apparently, he doesn't remember receiving $75,000.
No, exactly. Like, I think these Epstein files are just the gift that keeps on giving, really. Like, it's going to rumble on. Like, you said there's 3 million. I think there's probably millions more. If you think about, like, how many emails he probably sent to all of these, like, high-profile people around the world. But I think the Mandelson one is different for a number of reasons. Like, you may remember the press always nicknamed the Prince of Darkness, and so he had a sort of fairly illustrious reputation before any of the Epstein sort of scandal started. But I think, as to your point, I think most people would remember getting $75,000, whether it was 20 years ago or 30 years ago. You could kind of remember getting that amount of money, and also, I think it was J.P. Morgan was listed as the bank account that was moving between. So, there's going to be like a trail of this information. And there was also evidence in the Epstein files about Mr. Mandelson's husband receiving, I think, was $10,000 for some courses he wanted to do. So obviously, I'd imagine this poor gentleman is now being hounded by the UK media for his side of the story, which it'll probably elaborate. But I think the point of this is that a lot of the sort of previous email exchanges that came out and the images of the former Prince Andrew Mountbatten, they were kind of like salacious and a bit scandalous, but I think this one has the potential to be a proper scandal because it moves from just uncomfortable to, was there some misdealings, because it's kind of implied in the emails that Jeffrey Epstein was putting pressure on Mandelson when he was a government minister to act on certain things in relation to bankers' bonuses. And you kind of think, was there any other things that he helped? Did he leak documents? All of these are sort of allegations that are going to be heavily looked into, especially when you think the Conservative opposition party are going to have a field day with this. And if there's any sort of even sniff of there was any kind of potential investigations by the Parliament into sort of misconduct when he was a government minister, which again, we should point out that he has denied it and said that these are all false allegations and that he will look into and doesn't remember. So, legally we should point that out as well. But I think he has a right of reply. But I think this potentially has to move from just uncomfortable and salacious into potentially legally and scandalous.
Well, you lead us to our next question, Shane, because legally, or what's going to happen with these people? For instance, we saw Prince Andrew.
Yeah.
The disgraced prince, he lost his title. What could happen to Peter Mandelson? Can the UK perhaps install some type of workflow for anyone with the...
Well, I think, like Mandelson, yes, if he'll have questions to answer if it's found that there was misconduct as a government minister. But again, these have to be looked into, and at the moment there's no sort of clear evidence of that, and he does deny it. I think in terms of being called before the US Congress, I think if there's any way of rehabilitating any of their reputations, they should definitely do that. I do think it's a bit strange as well that if you think Epstein died 2019, so 7 years ago, that the Department of Justice had sat on all of these documents and didn't call these people sooner. You know, like I said, that there will be bank documents and trails of this, so I don't know why they didn't look into it sooner. But I suppose now it's a bit more politically sensitive, and it has political ammunition on it. But on a moral basis, I think if Andrew has any hope of saving his reputation, he should go and testify in front of Congress. And even Mandelson himself said in a statement that, he was saying that, this was really bad for the women and girls and to remember them. But if he really wants to honour that statement, he should, again, go and testify formally.
And the victims, Rabia, who also seem to be dissatisfied with the Department of Justice and the recent releases, right?
Absolutely, because they believe that some of the documents and the pictures, emails that were released, they compromise the identity of the victims, and that's why they were quite critical of this, of the release of some of the material. The thing is that, some of this material, and this is what the media was commenting on it, that, okay, the material it basically takes a jab at the reputation of so many different politicians, high-profile personalities, yet it's not necessarily proof of misconduct or of any crime. So therefore, maybe there will not be, at least with the evidence and with the stage of investigation or the investigation at this stage, there won't be any legal ramifications necessarily, but definitely there are reputational ones.
Right, and I have one more question staying in the UK, since there were so many revelations coming out of the UK linked to Jeffrey Epstein. There was also some criticism you were mentioning towards the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
Well, yeah, so the latest one is that Keir Starmer is leading the call that Lord Mandelson should no longer be Lord and that he should have his peerage removed, and they're looking to change the regulations to allow the government to be able to do that, to remove peerages. But I kind of generally get the feeling, as we were saying earlier, that at least with Donald Trump, when we were speaking last week about Minnesota, he kind of takes control of the narrative and kind of gets ahead of being told what to do in sort of news cycles. But I think with Keir Starmer, just generally seems to be kind of reactionary to everything. So the fact that all of this evidence and all of this was known years ago while Epstein was even still alive, I think it's sort of unusual then that Mandelson was appointed to be ambassador, and how did that happen in the first place? So I think Keir Starmer, it's one of a catalogue of sort of mismanagements and U-turns. There's sort of like Taco Trump and then just kind of U-turn sort of Keir Starmer. So yeah, so I think it's not, again, he's just giving more ammunition to the Conservatives to question his sort of leadership authority of his own party and the decisions that he's made. So again, it doesn't look good for him at all in any shape or fashion.
It seems that Keir Starmer and Donald Trump are two different extremes. One of them just owns the narrative almost as soon as the event happens, sometimes a bit too early. Like what happened in Minnesota. They would, the White House, personally the president would be releasing information about what happened before the investigation, or at least the information from the ground is actually released. And then, videos would surface, and that would completely contradict the administration's narrative. While on the other hand, you have Keir Starmer, whose reaction is extremely slow, and at least these are the criticisms against him, whenever there is a scandal involving anybody, related to the British government. So they seem to be two extremes, to be honest.
Some premature, some not premature enough.
Absolutely.
Right? Stay right there as we move on to another story. President Trump has said the U.S. will hopefully make a deal with Iran. It comes after Iran's Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, warned that any U.S. attack would trigger a regional war. The United States has ramped up its naval presence and air defenses in the Middle East. Shane, we'll start with you. Are we likely, this has been the question all week, are we likely to see a U.S. strike on Iran, or could diplomatic talks solve the tensions? I think we're focusing more on negotiations now, right?
Well, yeah, it's like you were just saying, Trump, seizes the narrative, and, he said earlier that time is running out for the Iranians. We're looking at a lot of sort of military hardware moving into the region in terms of ships and sort of air defenses. We saw on Friday that the US and Israeli sort of generals met in the Pentagon. So it feels like it's all sort of ramping up, but I'm generally inclined to go sort of taco Trump, and that this is the military version of it, that this is all ramping up. This is sort of showboating. It's sort of to intimidate the Iranians, who are kind of on the off foot in terms of the negotiations on nuclear power. And if you look at today, even like the Iranian state media put out a statement saying that the president had ordered talks in relation to the nuclear sort of negotiations. That was then removed and seemed to disappear. But when it had been online, they were saying that there was several points that were going to be addressed. So, yes, coming back to your original question, I think it is going down the diplomatic route, but I think Trump still needs to ramp up the sort of the military hardware and to show that the tough guy scenario is still on the table. So there's still that threat that diplomacy has to work, otherwise the guns will come out.
Big show of force. And Arabiya, what ramifications would a strike have on the overall region as a whole and regional stability?
Well, quite serious ramifications. I think the way the Gulf states, the regional states here in the area around Iran, the way they've been behaving, all the advice that they've been giving to the American administration signal that there are real fears that any American strike on Iran could lead to a regional conflict, maybe a regional war. Now, that could happen in many different ways, because Iran definitely has warned that it will retaliate if the U.S. strikes it. And at the same time, Iran, we all know it has allies in the region, whether it be in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, through Hezbollah, or even in Yemen through Houthis. Now, some of them have been weakened, like Hezbollah considerably, and even the Houthis, by Israeli and Israeli and American strikes. Yet they are capable of targeting different targets here in the region and starting up new conflicts. At the same time, the Iranians could also retaliate against American forces in the region. We have so many different military bases, American military bases in the area. You have in Qatar, Al-Udeid military base was actually targeted by Iran during the 12-day war. You have also in Iraq, also military bases. Those could be targeted. And also the Iranians could launch missiles against American allies like Israel. We have also some, not just militarily or military ramifications, but we could have also economic and financial ramifications. Now, the Houthis, they control the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of the world's oil pass. So therefore, if that is threatened or blocked, that's definitely going to affect the oil supply and therefore the oil prices, and will cause some kind of economic shock. So yes, a lot of ramifications that could happen, and that's why a lot of regional states have been warning against striking Iran at this stage. Even Israel at some point, they were saying Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with Donald Trump, or at least on the phone, when the pressure was becoming heightened on Iran. And there was a real possibility of a military strike. Netanyahu told Trump that at the time that he doesn't think this would be a good idea, that there will be ramifications, because he doesn't believe that the regime was weak enough or have been weakened enough to be toppled by an airstrike.
That's right. And Shane, what do you think both sides require out of a negotiation? Because Iran's, I think one of the main sticking point has always been Iran's nuclear program, right?
Yeah, and if you go back to the Obama administration days when the original sort of agreement was signed, I think it needs support of the Europeans, which relations between the EU and Iran seem to have deteriorated in the last couple of days, with the Iranians threatening to cite European armies as I think terrorist organizations and things like that. So I think the Europeans were generally sort of seen as the ones that were advocating a nuclear agreement. So that looks off the cards at the moment. But I think in terms of the diplomacy versus military thing, I thought it was quite interesting that the Iranian state television had said that 4 foreigners had been arrested in Tehran for participating in the protests. And I always think with a lot of these things, it's all about the optics. So if anything happens to these foreigners, then they'll become sort of images of the current war, and that can be easily sway either way. And we know that Donald Trump is, likes sort of visuals, and so that's, I think, is possibly a catalyst that we need to watch.
Could that be what Trump needs?
It could be. It's something that would then give the endorsement, because I don't really feel at the moment that there is anything that says that this war needs to happen. But if say for example, if one of these foreigners did turn out to be American or sort of European, then that definitely would create the visual and then create the narrative to say, right, we need to go in to retaliate on this. So I'm quite surprised that the Iranians put that out, but then again, that could be part of the sort of tit for tat that happens in these sort of negotiations. But I'm still optimistic that it'll end up being a diplomatic resolution. Yeah,
and Raya, what are your thoughts? Do you think that Iran would actually ever abandon their nuclear ambitions, as Trump has requested?
I mean, I agree with Shane, at least in as much as, yes, it looks like the way to go now, or at least what the parties involved are heading towards, is diplomacy. Now, how strong and solid those negotiations are going to be, what are the prospects, it all depends. Yes, ramping up military show around the area would put pressure on the Iranians, and I think that's why there was this leak that the Iranian regime is willing to sit for negotiations, even on the nuclear weapons. So I think that the negotiations will start. They are going to be slow. The Iranians tend to stall usually and take their time. So there's no saying whether this would actually materialize into a deal, a nuclear deal between Iran and the US, or it could completely go the opposite way and we will see a military action. I think there's no telling. Yet as it stands now, it looks like it's heading towards diplomacy.
And this will be a developing story this week. So thanks for your thoughts there, both of you. Let's move on. And now to Gaza's key Rafah border crossing has reopened to Palestinians after Israel seized control of the gateway 2 years ago. Egyptian media said only 50 people would be allowed to cross in each direction. Egypt's health ministry has allocated 12,000 doctors and 30 rapid deployment teams to work with the transferred Palestinians. Now, Rawiya, we'll start with you. How significant is this move, and does this actually signify progress within the peace plan?
Well, it is quite significant when we consider that the Rafah crossing is the only gateway for Palestinians on the outside world that wasn't controlled by Israel traditionally, yet it has completely been controlled by Israel for now 18 months and completely blocked since May 2024. So it is significant because it will allow some relief of the humanitarian crisis that is going on in Gaza. A small relief, I would say, because aid is not going to come through the Rafah crossing. It's going to come through another crossing. The crossing is only open for Palestinians, pedestrian as well, not in cars. So the numbers are quite limited. We're talking about 50 people in each direction, 50 people to come back into Gaza from Egypt, and also 50 Palestinians to leave, mainly for treatment, and they're allowed to have up to 2 family members to accompany them. So we're talking about maximum of 150 Palestinians leaving Gaza per day, but 50 only coming back in. So I don't think that this is, it is, let's say it's a strategic tactic. Maybe Israel is trying to relieve the pressure, that international pressure, that is put on it because of its blockade, because of its closing of the Rafah crossing, and therefore that would relieve some of the pressure also on Israel. But in terms of real issues on the ground, like governance, like the future of Hamas's disarmament, it doesn't really solve any of those issues. And it remains fragile. If anything happens, that crossing could be closed. And at the same time, we have to remember that we're talking about that small number of Palestinians being able to move across the borders in each direction. And at the same time, not much aid is coming in. So therefore, the opening of the Rafah crossing was supposed to be done in the first phase. Now we are in the second phase, and it is only a partial opening. So I don't think it adds much within the bigger framework of the peace process.
So for now, it's just a small humanitarian relief.
Absolutely.
For now. Shane, Egypt has also set some rules about how many can cross into its own territory. What is waiting for Palestinians on the other side?
Well, as you pointed out in sort of the intro, there's a lot. Sort of the Egyptian media pointed out that I think there's roughly like 150 hospitals, 300 ambulances, like you said, 12,000 doctors, and 30 rapid deployment teams. So there's a lot that's been put on display, but it's working both ways. Like we were saying earlier, there's 20,000 sick people in Palestine, and I think it was about like 4,000 children who need to come over. So you were saying if there's 50 coming over, sort of plus their family members, that's going to take 400 days for all of those people to come through.
Over
which
a year and
which
months.
if they're in a bad condition and sick and wounded, that 400 days is a long time to be waiting. But then on the flip side of it, there was reports as well that there was 30,000 Gazans that are already in Egypt that have registered with the Cairo embassy that want to go back. So, that's like 50,000 people, or 60,000 if you add on the families that need to be moving through this small border crossing. So that's going to take a long time and a lot of management. And also, I think as well, I always bring it back to the money, because that's always what makes the world go round. Like, Egypt is not a rich country, so to be able to absorb all of these people and have this extra drain on their resources, they're already in need of, sort of bailouts, and, well, not really bailouts, but sort of investment from sort of the Gulf countries, from the IMF, from Europe. So to have this extra strain and have all of these sort of wounded and sort of sick people coming into its borders, which I think they generally seem to be reluctant to do, based on sort of previous comments coming from the Egyptian side, when, do you remember when Donald Trump said that, let's move all the Palestinians into sort of the Arab countries? There was sort of pushback on that. And what are the long-term implications? And and then what happens with these 30,000 Gazians who are in Egypt who then want to go home? How are they going to be supported back in their home country? There's a lot, I think. So I'm generally going to be back to being optimistic. I'd like to think, you said this is a small start, but then it's better than nothing. So I think let's look at it as a positive. But like you said, this was supposed to be in phase 1, and it's only happening now. So there's a long delay in the process. So I think it's going to take a while for all of this to be sorted out, and it's going to need sort of the Egyptian government to be on board with it and to be investing in it, which then is going to need support from, say, the Europeans, who are on the sort of the periphery of it. So there's a lot to work out, which is always the case with politics. It's never an easy step.
Yes, because we're mentioning all the influx of people coming in and out, right? But are Gazans likely to return to Gaza after they've actually received medical treatment? We were talking before maybe about this collective trauma, right, that Gazans can go home?
Yes, I'll get to that. I mean, Shane just mentioned that apparently there are 30,000 Palestinians who are in Egypt that have registered that they want to come back. So people do want to come back. Now, you might ask the question, and you rightfully did, how are they going to be supported back in Gaza? Well, they're going back to utter destruction. To no houses, barely any medical infrastructure, no work, no roads, no water, no aid, yet they still want to come back. I think it has been embedded in the Palestinian psyche. It's a complex, basically. It's an eternal fear of displacement and eternal fear that if they leave, they won't be able to come back, because that's what happened during the Nakba in 1948. So everyone, and if you hear what the Palestinians were saying, the voices that were coming out of Gaza when the issue of displacement or transfer, let's say, that Trump suggested, the Israelis suggested that we need to get these people out. Now, at the beginning they said, so we can rebuild Gaza and then they'll be allowed to come back, yet the Palestinians, and they were also talk, that this is a permanent transfer. At the time, Egypt refused to take these people, they refused to take Palestinians who have been transferred, basically. Jordan also refused to take, a lot of Arab states refused that, and that is because they know that they will not be allowed to go back, or that's what they assume, that the Israelis are not going to allow them to come back. So therefore, yes, it seems so that Palestinians who are out, they want to go back to Gaza regardless of the destruction. And the ones who want to leave, they want to leave for many reasons. Probably the main reason is for treatment, basically, or to reunite with their families.
That's right. Even with the Trump plan, I think that Gazans, their perspective on that was if they're ever going to recover their home, right? So stay right there as we move on to another story now. The 68th Grammy Awards have taken place in Los Angeles, where Kendrick Lamar was the biggest winner of the night for a second year in the row, taking home 5 awards. However, the biggest prize went to Bad Bunny, who won Album of the Year. The event was heavily politicized, with many commenting on the ICE protests, and President Trump has also threatened to sue host Trevor Noah. So, Shane, how political did things get here during the ceremony, and are we likely to see more for the upcoming Oscars?
Yeah, it was very, very political, but it does make me feel very old. Like, I don't know who half these artists are, and it's really, really tragic for me. But like for Billie Eilish, who I do know, she said that no one is illegal on stolen land, which is quite like dramatic. And I presume she's talking about sort of Native Americans and how they were originally displaced by sort of the original sort of Americans who came over. So that's quite dramatic. And then Olivia Dean was saying how she was the goddaughter of an immigrant and the product of bravery. And then you mentioned sort of Bad Bunny, who's a Puerto Rican rapper, and he was saying that Ice Out, which is no reference to Vanilla Ice, I'm led to believe. And, he was saying that we're not savage, we're not animals. So it was incredibly politicized. And I'm kind of in two minds about it, where I kind of think, yes, these people should sort of give their sort of commentary on it. But I kind of think as well that people are tuning in to watch a music show and to listen to their artists. But everyone is entitled to their opinion. And will the same happen at the Oscars? I think it's highly, highly unlikely for a couple of reasons. One is that Conan O'Brien is the presenter, and he's generally apolitical. He presented it last year, and there was maybe like 1 or 2 jokes, so it wasn't very political at all. I think as well the fact that this is a vast generalization, but I'm going to go with it anyway, is that I think generally musicians are a lot more sort of controversial than sort of actors, and purely because they can still go and play gigs, sell concert tickets, they can make an album quite easily. While if you're an actor, you have to be collaborative, and you have to go and go to a studio. You can't just make a film. They cost millions of dollars when you're at that level. So they have to be generally more collaborative people and are generally less controversial. Unless you're like Robert De Niro, then you can kind of say what you like, but you're Robert De Niro, you can say what you like. So I think the Oscars, even though it's the #1 award show of this sort of season, I think is going to be less political. But if I'm wrong in a couple of weeks, you can play back this clip, it's fine.
We surely will.
Yeah.
Rawia, President Trump, as we also reported, threatened to sue the show's host, Trevor Noah. So tell us what's going on there.
Yes. Well, he threatened to sue him, and he called him talentless, and he wasn't very kind to him, let's say this. Well, Trevor Noah is basically the host of the Grammys. This is the 6th year in a row, and apparently this is the last year he will host it, according to his contract. So I think he found it a good opportunity, and he felt safe, and it's okay that he could make a comment. So he made a comment when he was presenting the Song of the Year award to Billie Eilish. He said that this is a Grammy that every artist wants almost as much as Trump wants Greenland, which makes sense. Then he goes on to say that makes sense because Epstein Island is gone, and now Trump needs a new island so he can hang out with Bill Clinton. That didn't go down very well with Trump at all. Of course, President Trump responded on social media as usual, on Truth Social. He called the joke false and defamatory. He wrote and said, "I cannot speak for Bill, but I have never been on the Epstein Island, nor anywhere close." And he even says that even the fake news media, they know that I have not been on that island. And he said that he called Trevor Noah a total loser. And he said, excuse me, it looks like I'm going to be sending my lawyers to Noah. Trevor Noah is going to be hearing from my lawyers, and I'm going to sue him for a lot of money. So yeah, we might have another court case on our hands.
Another episode on the
Yes.
Trump's episodes of court cases. Also, can any of you answer this for me? What happened with Cher's blunder at the Grammys?
Oh yeah, that was something to do with Luther Vandross, where I think it was related to a song that had Luther in it, and then I think because she's of that generation, she I think that's been blown out of proportion, to be honest. I think Cher is of that age. She can make a mistake if she wants. She's like the queen of pop. So I think give her a break.
She was a bit confused that I think with the teleprompter, and then she basically said the name of the winner, a different name. But yeah, Cher can do anything.
Yeah, I think she can do whatever she likes.
She is allowed.
Yeah.
We can all forgive Cher. There were worse mistakes.
Yeah.
Look at her.
Now, it's the time of the show where Raria and Shane have chosen two of the quirkiest stories of the day. We'll begin with Raria. Yours is about the truth about finding love.
Yes, the truth about what men and women want. Of course, I mean, the stereotypical idea is that men choose or they chase beauty and youth, and women, they choose and chase wealth. Well, apparently this idea is completely wrong. According to Paul Eastwick from the University of California, he's a psychologist, and he's been doing a lot of research about this. And he put all of the findings in a book called Bonded by Evolution. And apparently he says that he found that people, what they say in surveys and what they do and choose in real life are completely different. And that he found that there is no difference between men and women when it comes to choices. They both prefer partners who are younger, and they both prefer partners whose financial status is better. So, yeah.
So we're getting it all wrong.
Had stereotypical ideas, apparently, well, according to Eastwick. I don't know. Maybe we'll have more research that would contradict that. Or
well, we were talking about Cher. She famously has a lot of younger partners.
Yeah. Cher, Madonna.
Even though, I mean, we were saying, I mean, from my observation, I feel that people who tend to go for partners, at least when it comes to age, that is, there's a huge age gap, whether older or younger, they usually have a pattern. At least for women, I see, women who like younger guys will always choose a younger partner, and the opposite as well if it's older.
They keep their habits.
Yeah.
Shane, you're the only man here, so you must have some input, right?
Yeah, I do have a couple of male friends who are married to or dating very successful women, so it does work very well. I've sort of been older and younger in various different scenarios. Me and my wife now I'd say we're about equal in terms of age and sort of status and stuff like that. So I think it's just whatever suits you. I know there is sort of men who would probably feel intimidated by a woman who is more wealthy, but I kind of think the sort of the Sex and the City era has kind of done away with that and liberation, and But yeah, so it's difficult to know. I did have an ex-girlfriend before who expected that I would pay for everything, and she's an ex, so maybe that says more. So.
That's why she's an ex.
Yeah,
maybe.
so maybe. So I think it's just whatever you're comfortable with, to be honest.
And Shane, this is a great story. You've spotted a link between pizza orders and the Pentagon.
Yeah, this is great. I love when sort of people look for sort of connections, you know, like when people who follow where Elon Musk's flight is or Taylor Swift, what she's doing. So this is sort of called the Pizza Meter, and it's an online tracker where they look at pizza orders in the fast food outlets near the Pentagon. And the theory goes that if there's a sort of sudden spike in orders, that means that the staff in the Pentagon are working late. That means that they're pulling late shifts. And that means that there's war. So I'm kind of hoping at the moment that there's very few pizza orders coming around.
So.
Because
less than last week.
Exactly, because the connection apparently is when there was the strikes on Iran, do you remember, in June last year, and also in the hours leading up to the Venezuela attack, that there was a spike in pizza orders. So I don't know where they get the information from, but so I think if you really want to know what's happening in Iran, what we were talking about earlier, you need to just go to the pizza shop.
It's interesting how they go for pizza. All the Pentagon employees, they love pizza.
I think you could probably do the same with
with
Big Macs, and I'm trying to think if there are other fast food outlets that I can't think
Indian
of.
Maybe.
Yes, exactly. So you could combine them all together. Like I'd imagine like Deliveroo and places like that would have phenomenal insights into whether we're going diplomatic or military route.
Right. I suppose also it depends on the restaurants in the area around the Pentagon.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
We'll see if the pizza orders come up in the newsroom, right? When we're also reporting on war. We'll see the correlation between war and pizza here. We're going to register that. But thanks to both our guests, Al Arabiya senior presenter, Rabia Alami, and news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley. That's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. GNT is coming up next. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, Israel reopens the sole pedestrian crossing from Gaza to Egypt. We ask, what difference will the reopening of the Rafah border crossing make to the lives of people living in the Palestinian enclave? Plus, in the context of escalating tensions between the US and Iran, we find out what progress is being made to find a diplomatic solution. And if so, what might be agreed on? All of that to come on Global News Today. Hello and welcome to the programme. After nearly 2 years of closure, Israel has reopened the Rafah border crossing with Egypt for limited transfers. Well, the crossing, a key route in and out for all of Gaza's nearly 2 million residents, has left thousands of sick and wounded Palestinians waiting to leave in hopes of receiving medical treatment abroad. Well, the reopening was expected under the first phase of the US-backed ceasefire that began in October, but Israel delayed it until the return of the last Israeli hostage's body, and that happened last week. Well, the crossing is expected to operate for just 6 hours per day. We can get more now and speak to Jonathan Crick, who is the Chief of Communications for UNICEF in the State of Palestine, based in Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. The Rafah border crossing has now reopened. Aid groups have, of course, been appealing for quite some time for this to happen. What's your reaction to this news, Jonathan?
Well, first and foremost, I would say that it's overall good news. I mean, it's very important for several reasons. First, it's important for the children that I meet every day here in the Gaza Strip and who have been injured by the war. I met a few weeks ago, I met a little girl, 6 years old, who still has shrapnel in her belly. Many children who are victims of the war are in dire need of medical evacuation. And the Rafah crossing allows for them to be evacuated, medically evacuated to Egypt. Then there are also the children who are suffering from cancer, leukemia. We need a heart transplant. And I also met a little boy who needed a kidney transplant. So for all these children, it's a good news. It's an important development, but we also have to bear in mind that the quantity, the number of people who can exit the Gaza Strip to seek medical treatment is for the moment very limited. And we really hope that this number in the coming weeks, in the coming months, can increase.
Right. I mean, there are 20,000 patients in Gaza who are in need of urgent treatment, 4,500 of them reported to be children. Do correct me if you've got other numbers. Is it your understanding that children will be given priority? And has UNICEF been involved in this whole process of deciding who will be able to cross first?
So the UN agency, which is very much in the lead for the process, is WHO. And it's WHO who are, doctors who are identifying case by case which case are in need of priorities. And we are in regular contact with them in order to also, of course, refer cases to them, and there is no doubt that, of course, the children who are in the most critical conditions will be given priority. What UNICEF is also doing is you have many children who have been orphaned in the war. Some of them are taken care of by their extended family, some of them not. So what we are also trying to support on is identifying legal custodian, people who can accompany the children and who can also take care of them in Egypt. And it's a very important legal aspect. As important as, and I just want to flag this, that it's also very important that the crossing is opening in both directions. That means that the children who are exiting, seeking medical treatment can also come back to the Gaza Strip.
Right, and it is a complicated journey for those who are able to make it. There's 2.5 kilometers of that journey that has to be made, on this narrow land corridor on foot, it would appear. I don't know if you've got other information for us on that, but how's that going to be undertaken by people who are severely injured, if indeed 2.5 kilometers of it will only be manageable on foot?
Well, it's a very good question, and I must say that I don't have the answer. We are receiving the information related to the process and the way it's actually happening little by little. And so for the moment, we don't know exactly how that process is taking place. But it's very important that the security and the safety of the children who undergo this journey with their guardian or their family member is ensured, because this is a place which is a military zone, and it's extremely important that we are making sure that all the parties involved in this conflict are making sure that the children can do this journey safely.
Are you hearing anything about the situation on the border there at Rafah? What are your sources telling you? Is it chaotic? Is it orderly? What's the latest?
from the little information, and we're talking now about something which just ended, so I don't have like the latest, but from the information that we have received, the fact that there is a limited number of people crossing is also something that allows for the movement to take place in an orderly manner. Now, we will, of course, have to see how things are developing in the coming hours, in the coming days, and also to receive feedback from our colleagues from WHO and from other colleagues who are on the ground.
And obviously, there's not anything like the number of medical facilities in Gaza that there were a couple of years ago. And I'm just wondering, for those who can't make this journey and who can't travel across the border into Egypt and get medical attention outside of Gaza, what's it going to mean for them to be stuck there with presumably very, very limited medical facilities?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is perhaps the most important point that you are raising here. Medical evacuations is really for children who are, or people who are suffering from, who are really critically at risk. And when we see the number, this is only something that is taking place because the health system here in the Gaza Strip is on its knees. I mean, what we're talking about is only half of the hospitals, less than half of the hospitals, which are only partially functioning. The rest has closed or has been destroyed or damaged. So when every time I come to Gaza, it's my sixth or my seventh time here, I go to the hospitals, and I'm always really shocked by the situation, the fact that the equipment is missing, some medical supplies are still missing, and the many children are not getting the health support that they should get. So what I want to say here is that beyond the medical evacuation, beyond the Rafah crossing point, what is really needed is reconstruction. It's actually moving to the next step of the Trump administration plan and to move on to something which is far more sustainable. And here we're talking about the health system, but I'm talking to you all around me. There are thousands and thousands of tents, makeshift tents made of a plastic sheet like this. And those tents are hosting thousands and thousands and thousands of children. We cannot continue like that. They cannot be without proper access to water, toilet, sanitation, for how long, for how many months. So it is really important that now that the ceasefire holds and that we move as soon as possible on something much more tangible for the families to be sheltered in, and that goes as well for the health system, and that goes as well for the education system.
Sure. I mean, you've painted a bleak picture of the humanitarian situation, and we've been talking about how a ceasefire is still in place, and yet dozens of people were killed in Israeli strikes during the course of the weekend, including a number of children. 4 Palestinians were killed today, amongst them a 3-year-old boy. What is the situation on the ground in Gaza? I mean, do you hear daily explosions? Just give us a sense of what it's like there.
It's difficult to summarize how things are happening now, and also to compare it to when I was here during the war. Yes, we can still hear airstrikes, though they are happening at a way lower, much lower frequency than the very intense bombardments that I witnessed when I was here, for example, in May and June 2025. The ceasefire has brought more humanitarian aid, but is that sufficient? No. Because the level, the scale of the destruction, the scale of the damages is so immense that much more need to enter. So the ceasefire is, first of all, still extremely fragile. And I think that everyone, all people, all governments with influence must do everything possible for this ceasefire to hold. And also to make sure that everyone involved in this conflict is also accountable for the fact that this weekend we have seen reports of 6 children being killed in different strikes in the Gaza Strip. And this has to be highlighted. This is not something that can happen in a ceasefire. And this is something that we should be, advocating against. The ceasefire should bring the basis for a stable political solution for the Palestinian children who are here in Gaza. I just want to remind that we are talking about 1 million, a bit less than 1 million children. That's what we are talking about.
Yeah, indeed, a very young population there in Gaza. And just going back to Rafah and the situation there, I mean, for months we've heard reports about a backlog of humanitarian aid that's blocked on the Egyptian side of the border. Is your understanding that this is now going to be unblocked and that humanitarian aid is going to start coming through to Gaza?
So, for the moment, the trucks which are located in Egypt, there are still, some of them enter Gaza via Kerem Shalom, Karam Abu Salim. So this is something which has happened. To the best of our knowledge, and you know that the situation is evolving always very fast when it comes to the Gaza Strip, but to the best of my knowledge, the Rafah crossing point is not going to witness in the coming days humanitarian aid entering the Gaza Strip via that specific point. What we as UNICEF and all UN agencies, what we are calling for is for all entry points inside the Gaza Strip to be open simultaneously. Because, and I'm going back to the reconstruction here, because if we want to have like sufficient humanitarian aid to address the need of the population, it is all the crossing points, including the Rafah crossing point, that need to open for a very long period of time with improved scanning capacity in order to start fulfilling the needs of the children, and that includes by allowing the entrance of heavy equipment for reconstruction, for example, or high-power generators.
Okay, and of course, Rafah is one of many crossings, and you've said that all of them need to be open. The Kerem Shalom crossing into Israel has been open all the while, has it not, or most of the time? And I'm just wondering to what extent that one crossing point, that key crossing point, has been able to deliver for the people of Gaza.
You know, in complex situations, it's always a question of cursor. And here, what we have seen is that through Kerem Shalom, we have witnessed a substantial increase in the number of trucks and humanitarian aid and commercial trucks entering inside the Gaza Strip. So this is something which has been positive. And for example, just in the past 2 months, UNICEF has been able to bring 1 million blankets, 700,000 kits of warm clothes for children and babies. And you know that there are storms that have affected the area. So what I want to say is that aid has entered and aid is continuing to enter. And is that enough? Not at all. Because once again, let's talk about the support that we're providing in learning. We are providing learning and education support to 135,000 children. But we don't have enough tents, enough high-performance tents, and we don't have enough space, and we don't have enough education supplies to reach out our target, which is at least 350,000 children. So yes, there are improvements. Are these improvements sufficient? No. Are the needs still way higher than what we can provide today? Yes. So this is where we need to continue advocating for more humanitarian aid to enter and also for more funding. It is absolutely critical that funding continues because the situation of the children I meet here every day, it is not solved. The children here are still barefoot. They still only have 1 or 2 change of clothes, and they are still sleeping in damped and flooded tents every 2 or 3 weeks as soon as it's raining a bit.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Jonathan Cricks, Chief of Communications for UNICEF. Thank you very much indeed. Well, for further analysis, we're joined now by Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib, who is a Senior Fellow and Director of the Realign for Palestine project at the Atlantic Council. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We've heard from the head of the Palestinian Technocratic Committee, Ali Shath, who says that this reopening of the Rafah border crossing is a window of hope for the Palestinians. How do you view this development?
Well, good to be with you. This is indeed the first test of the new Technocratic Committee, if you will, NCAG, National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, to prove that they're capable of delivering anything to the people of Gaza. And it is in fact believed that the opening of the Rafah border crossing between Egypt and the Gaza Strip is a prelude to them entering the Gaza Strip. They're going to try to operate out of the red zone, which is controlled by Hamas. They're going to acquire new headquarters. They're going to be stationed there, all in an effort to signal legitimacy and credibility. But for the time being, I think their activities and their MO has been very restricted to baby steps, just small steps that are meant to gradually grow and build upon the reopening of the Rafah border crossing. Additionally, this is meant to signal a connectivity, if you will, with the rest of the world. In reality, much remains to be seen about how this will unfold as far as the number of passengers, as far as will we actually see this be interrupted, for example, by decisions from the Israeli side or other factors. So it is an important step, but I would be very cautiously optimistic about how much significance I assign to it yet.
Okay, so a baby step, you're calling it there, in this peace plan. And I just want to know what your overall feeling is about the peace plan. I mean, we're about 4 months on, aren't we, since the ceasefire officially took effect. I mean, are we where you would have hoped we would be when that was signed back in October?
Well, to be honest with you, no, absolutely not. I am quite horrified by how a lot of things have unfolded. I'm horrified by how Hamas has been able to reemerge and re-entrench itself. I'm horrified by the fact that Hamas has been able to amass an estimated 1 billion Israeli shekels in currency in the form of taxations. Hamas has been going after anyone and suspected of engaging in opposition against its rule. I've had friends who are arrested and tortured in hospital basements, if you will. I've had numerous reports. I have an army of contacts on the ground in Gaza who share with me daily updates of how Hamas has reemerged. So putting that aside, I've also observed how there's been no real vision for how you carry out disarmament or the demilitarization of Gaza. And that has actually, we've seen the goalpost, the Overton window, if you will, shift from total demilitarization to potentially gradual demilitarization, to potentially maybe starting with the heavy weapons, to maybe starting with reintegrating elements of Hamas. And so I can appreciate that the United States and Mr. Kushner and the Board of Peace and other players are having a hard time figuring out how to proceed with this. On the other hand, between the control that Hamas has, between the suffering on the ground and the fact that the tents and the sewer and the lack of electricity, the lack of a lot of basic necessities to shelter the people of Gaza, between the totality of all of those, I'm truly, truly horrified, even though there have been some improvements in terms of, yes, the price of certain goods have gone down. Yes, we've seen some improvement in public safety as far as less bombardment, less loss of life, significant loss, significant improvement on those fronts. But yes, there's a lot to be desired still.
Right. And on the Israeli side, I mean, it's estimated that close to 500 Palestinians have been killed since the ceasefire took effect. There was a small boy killed in Gaza today. There were airstrikes at the weekend that killed more than 30 people. I mean, some might say this is a ceasefire in name only. Would you agree with that?
Well, to a certain extent, yes. And I mean, I think the Israeli MO has not changed in terms of their target bank, if you will, continues to be replenished with a lot of targets. And some of those targets are strategic in nature or tactical in nature. They're important. And so they will go after them. They will tell you publicly that we assess, the collateral damage and we'll do a cost-benefit analysis and what we've heard for 2 years. But at the end of the day, if Israel wants to take someone out that it deems as important, it will take them out and it will accept the consequences as they befall the civilian population. Now, on the other hand, it is also a fact, and this is verified by several of the cables I've been seeing coming out of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. This is verified by people on the ground. This is verified by multiple sources. It is a fact that Hamas has been, for example, collecting the unexploded munitions throughout the red zone, throughout the Gaza Strip, and seeking to remanufacture them into propellant for rockets or IEDs. It is a fact that Hamas has been trying to clear out some of their destroyed tunnels. Hamas has been on the move in terms of preparing for the next potential phase of the war. And so that is something that is visible to the Israeli military. And so Israel feels justified in going after Hamas. And as usual, the Palestinian people are the ones that are paying the ultimate price for being stuck between Hamas and the Israeli war machine.
You're in Washington, and I'm just wondering, after all the efforts that have been taken by the Trump administration to broker this ceasefire and to start planning for what the future of Gaza might look like. I mean, how does it go down, do you think, with the Trump administration when, close to 500 Palestinians are killed in Gaza by the Israeli military during what is supposed to be a ceasefire? I mean, is that something that perhaps that jars with the Trump administration, and it would appear to go against their great efforts?
Well, it's critical to keep in mind that much of what's unfolding right now, including but not limited to the reopening of the Rafah border crossing, is something that is being, in a sense, forced upon the Israelis. And I have spoken to many in Israel who are close to the decision-making circles. And there's a lot of tension, if you will, there. There's a lot of resentment. And so, in a sense, I think the Trump administration is making this cold calculus that it's letting Israel carry out those strikes to go after Hamas, but in exchange for the ability to force concessions upon the Israelis, such as the reopening of the Rafah border crossing, such as the composition and the configuration of how this board of peace, particularly with the executive committee in the middle and then the NCAG at the bottom, and how some of this went down, such as moving to phase 2 before the disarmament of Hamas. And that was something that used to be a red line for the Israelis, as well as for the United States. But it was decided that we're going to move the Overton window. We're going to shift the goalposts to keep the process going, because President Trump has put a lot of political capital into this process, and he will not, at least for the time being, allow it to collapse. And so I guess the calculus is we'll let Israel have tactical access to Gaza, which unfortunately we're talking about hundreds of Palestinian lives in exchange for strategic gains. But then again, I think it's also important to share that we're back to a situation also where Hamas is re-entrenching itself among the population. Hamas may have given up the Israeli hostages, living and deceased, but it now is effectively in control of 2 million Palestinian hostages. And so that's another dimension of this tragedy, is that we're back to the same kind of situation that we were in before October 7th, whereby Hamas's chief leverage ultimately is that it is in command of a significant portion of the Palestinian people in the world, in the land. And that is the tragedy. That is something that needs to be called out. People in Gaza are sick of that. They do not want Hamas, just as they don't want to be killed by Israel, just as they don't want to be targeted or collateral damage in Israeli bombs. They don't want Hamas in their lives. They don't want Hamas to be a hindrance to permanent peace, to a permanent end of the war, and certainly to a process of reconstruction and rejuvenation.
Right, and obviously for President Trump, 2026 is a really important year. There's the midterms coming up, but it's also an arguably even more important year for Prime Minister Netanyahu, because the elections have to take place by October. What do you think, in his mind, he feels he must show the Israeli public if he's to stand a chance of coming out on top, or at least in a position to be able to form a coalition when the elections do come around?
Well, I mean, you mentioned President Trump, and I'm not sure if you were referring to Netanyahu, but President Trump, I think, on the one hand...
sorry, just to be clear, I was saying we've got the midterms for President Trump, so obviously that explains some of the political capital he's invested. We've also got Prime Minister Netanyahu facing elections in October. And my question to you is, what's the calculation in his mind ahead of October with regards to what he must show the Israeli people that he has achieved if he's to stand a chance of coming out on top?
Certainly. Well, I think for Prime Minister Netanyahu right now, there's a lot of resentment towards the fact that 2 years on, over 1,000 people that were killed on October 7th, hundreds of lives lost of Israeli soldiers, and Hamas is very much so still there. And he used to be people would call him Mr. Security, but he's no longer able to run on that. And so per a lot of assessments within Israel, the only thing that remains viable for his political career, if you will, is that he's going to run as the only man who can prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state, just as he had done so successfully for several years now. And so I think that's going to be the chief point of the selling point, if you will, for Prime Minister Netanyahu, even as he faces a reckoning within Israeli society, within the electorate, including some on the center right and the right, who are both upset with Hamas still being in there and upset with the fact that Israel didn't finish the job as they see it. As for President Trump, I think he also has an interest in showing both the Israelis and others that he's able to do through the art of the deal, if you will, through raw capitalism, through enterprises, through other means, what 2 years of warfare could not achieve, which is, he was able to get the hostages released at a time when no one thought that's really feasible. He was able to get Hamas to agree in principle, even though it's now reneging on the idea of disarmament, even though it's now saying, well, we kind of are going to let the new technocratic committee take over, but we still want to have a place. Hamas is trying to maneuver. Nevertheless, I think President Trump can claim that he's achieved what others have not been able to, which is getting the Qataris and the Turks and other Arab mediators like Egypt to really exercise maximum leverage on and pressure on Hamas to get it to kind of climb down from the tree. And he's going to play that up in the midterms at a time when he's facing immense pressure internally. And so I think he's got more to show for during the midterm elections, certainly than Prime Minister Netanyahu. Still, I would never bet against Netanyahu because he's shown an incredible ability to be resilient, even though I don't know how he makes it past the failures of both October 7th and of the inability to get rid of Hamas. And I'll mention one last thing real quick, because I've interacted with other Israeli leaders who, I guess you can say, are seen as the natural alternatives to Netanyahu. And even with some of the Democrats or the liberals or the center-left alternatives, including but not limited to folks like Mr. Lapid, Yair Lapid, there's very much so a continuity of the theme of we're not going to let a Palestinian state happen anytime soon. They're not opposed to it in principle. They're opposed to it in like a tactical sense, and tactical here could actually mean a decade or two, because they're looking at the West Bank, the corruption of the PA, the risk of collapse and chaos. They're looking at Gaza, they're looking at Hamas, they're looking at 20 years of disasters after the Israeli withdrawal of settlements in 2005. And they're saying we can't take a risk on a Palestinian state right now. There's no viable leadership. So what I'm trying to say here is that I don't think Netanyahu has a distinctive advantage or competitive advantage vis-a-vis other Israeli candidates for premiership to say that only I can stop the establishment of a Palestinian state, because there's a continuity of that theme across the Israeli electorate and other alternative leadership.
Okay, thanks for that, Ahmed. I mean, we're coming to the end now. I just want to ask you very quickly about one other development from the last couple of days, and we haven't really had a chance to run this by any experts yet, but it seems that the death toll in Gaza that we've reported, that UN agencies have reported, this number of 71,000 or in excess of 70,000, has now been accepted by Israel as perhaps being the correct representation of the number of people killed in Gaza since the start of the conflict. We heard that from the IDF, and I'm wondering why you think they're now accepting it and why it was questioned and discredited by so many of the people we spoke to on this channel. What was the interest in doing that, do you think?
I mean, let's think of this dispassionately and without any emotions, right, for a second. And I'm willing to entertain, I'm trying to think. I'm willing to entertain the fact that perhaps it was at the very beginning, that airstrike or that incident rather at the Al Ahli hospital, where it was like 500. It was reported that 500 Palestinians were killed from an Israeli airstrike at the Ahli hospital, and it turned out to be an Islamic Jihad Iran rocket that ultimately caused the incident. And this is something that fueled a lot of skepticism over the numbers. I'm willing to accept that there was the uncertainty of how do we discern the credibility of large-scale reporting by Hamas's Ministry of Health, which did, I think all things considered, they did the best they could as professionals, many of them, even though some of them had previous links to Hamas. I think it's fair to have asked questions. I also think what the Israeli military hasn't changed in saying is that of the 70,000 who were killed, how many of those were militants? How many of those were so there's still a lot of unknowns, a lot of variables. However, I think the fact that there's now more space, this is what I'm hearing from a lot of Israeli analysts, the release of the hostages, the overall reducing of the swelling and the tensions in Israel is finally bringing back some more level heads in various establishments. Okay. And so perhaps what we're seeing right now is an overall reassessment of what happened in the war. Right. But also, let's just be honest, there was a mass dehumanization of the Palestinian people. And that is also a big part of it. The pro-Israel advocates online and in the media and some of the spokespersons for the Israeli government went out of their way to dehumanize the Palestinian people and deny that the Israeli government's own actions were causing mass casualties. So that's also a part of it. I lost 33 or 34 of my immediate and extended family members when I first reported that in the building that was hit, there were 50 people that were hit in the building on December 14th, 2023. People were mocking me online and saying, how could there be 50 people and how could you have lost 29 people? And the New York Times did an investigation on what happened to my family. Amnesty International did an investigation. Foreign Policy Magazine asked questions to the IDF. And to this day, the IDF never got back to me or to any of the reporters about why were my family targeted in that way. And so this is unfortunately something that we'll see more and more of assuming we don't go back to war, is a recognition of just some of the horrendous atrocities that took place throughout that time. Just as I hope, final word, that we also learn of the horrendous actions of Hamas throughout that war that equally endangered the lives of the Palestinian people and invited and elicited an overwhelming Israeli reaction that directly led to a lot of these losses.
Okay, I'm sorry to cut you short. We're out of time, but really appreciate you speaking to us, Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now, turning our attention to Iran, where a key question remains. What will be President Donald Trump's next move? Well, after reports of possible diplomacy, it's still unclear whether Tehran will return to the negotiating table. Iran's state-linked Fars news agency has removed a report that claimed that President Masoud Pezeshkian had ordered the start of nuclear talks with Washington. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Major General Chip Chapman, former senior British military advisor to US Central Command. He joins us from London. General Chapman, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us. There are these reports, conflicting reports, that negotiations may or may not be on track between the United States and Iran. I don't know what you make of these reports. What is there to negotiate?
Well, I certainly think there'll be negotiations, but it's what's in the basket which will be the crucial thing. So there are potentially 5 aspects to it. Now, I don't think that the Iranians are going to concede on 5 things for a minute. So the first 2 of real interest both to the Americans and the Israelis are the nuclear program, and the second one is the ballistic missile program of the Iranians. Now, just taking those 2, not the other 3, which is the militias supported in the Middle East by Tehran, the human rights situation in Tehran, and anything to do with the IRGC internally and regime change. So staying with the nuclear program and ballistic missile program, I think it is a likelihood that the Iranians might concede something on the nuclear program. Indeed, you could argue that they did many years ago with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, of course, a treaty which Trump withdrew from. But the approach to the nuclear enrichment by the Iranians since has been a kind of a limbo strategy. They're never sure whether they're going to go too high towards a sort of enrichment bomb-making material or too low when it would satisfy the Americans. So I think they would concede on that. What I don't think they would concede on is anything to do with their ballistic missile program. Don't see any compromises on that for the essential reason that that is what they see as their ultimate deterrence against the Israelis and other actions from other Middle East actors. That is their defensive capability. Half of their defensive capability, one could argue, has gone in the last year with their proxies being rather diminished from what they were with Hezbollah and the Houthis and the fall of Assad. So they still need some insurance policy, and I see the ballistic missiles as an insurance policy which they will not concede on.
And how much can they lay down the law themselves? I mean, given that the USS Abraham Lincoln is in the waters not so very far away, considerable US military material has been deployed to the region. I mean, if negotiations are taking place in the context of all of that military hardware being, positioned around the region, I mean, how easy will it be, or how difficult will it be for Iran to start dictating the terms of those discussions?
Well, I don't think they'll dictate the terms at all because, Trump believes in American exceptionalism. But I think we shouldn't get too carried away by the fact that the Abraham Lincoln is there with six destroyers around it and 3 littoral combat ships. We also know, for example, that there are other forward deployed elements to Jordan, and I'm sure there's an outload gone to Diego Garcia for heavy bombers. But that does not a campaign meet from the American perspective. So the negotiations, or the fact that you've got all that stuff around the theatre is part of the pressure strategy on the Americans to try and get concessions. But that is not a war-winning campaign type of force. And one of the caveats, of course, is that there are a number of myths about war that we need to let go. So said Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in 2016. And 2 of those are wars will be short, they may not. And the second one is you can win wars from afar just by dropping ordnance. You can't, and there won't be any invasion. So it's uncertain what outcomes the Americans could have. And the supreme objective of the statesman and commander is to absolutely know what sort of war they're embarking upon should they take military action.
Right. Do you think there's a possibility that all of that material could have been deployed? I mean, I know you say there's not enough to sort of carry out a ground invasion, but to then turn around and do nothing. I mean, do you think that's an option for the Trump administration, given that they did something similar on the waters off Venezuela towards the end of last year, and they ended up doing something? We were told by military experts at the time that they couldn't have deployed all of that and turned around and done nothing. Do you think they will therefore have to come back having done something other than negotiate? The key thing about Trump is he must be able to sell what he would perceive as a victory. And therefore, by caveating the nuclear program of the Iranians, I think he could sell that as a victory. He would have a slight heartache in that because, of course, he said that they destroyed it for forevermore after the June raids. So it is part of a pressure strategy. But the dilemma for Trump is also that all the regional actors around the Gulf are not really bought into the Americans using access basing and overflight rights because of the fact that the Iranian rhetoric has always been that if you hit us, we will get involved in a regional war. And that doesn't just mean the American facilities in the Middle East. It means a wider conflagration. And therefore, there's a break from the diplomatic actors around the Gulf, which also creates an uncertainty for Trump. So this is a real dilemma for him. And so the presence of the American firepower can be seen in a diplomatic sense as what the Americans often call a kabuki dance. It's a stylized form of doing business. What you won't get, as you had in Venezuela, I see no likelihood of a decapitation raid, because that is essentially what happened in Venezuela, because Iran is protected by its geography, its distance, and another sort of maxim of the Americans has always been a ship is a fool to fight a fort. So you're not going to see large American warships going up the Strait of Hormuz, which would make them vulnerable to the coastal defense cruise missiles of the Iranians. Right, so it sounds like you would caution on those that are drawing any parallels with regards to what happened in Venezuela.
I would caution on that. It's a completely different theatre with completely different geography and with a completely different set of actors. We know, and I've always said this to you, Tom, that the bar for the Iranian regime is very low. It is regime survival. So I do see them probably doing some sort of compromise at some stage. The only caveat on that would be that we do seem to have two things which could come together with the Iranian population clashing with another anniversary. And that is that between February the 1st and 11th, we've got the 10 days of fire, the celebrations of the 47th anniversary of the founding of the Islamic Republic. The end period of that clashes with the 40 days of mourning of those who were slaughtered in the January killings. That could turn large amount of people out on the street. So if the objective of the Americans, and I don't think it's actually been explicitly stated, is regime change, you would need the external actor of the American doing something significant against regime targets, IRGC, and with the population turning out and large sections of the IRGC or Basij defecting towards them. Otherwise, you'll have large-scale killing again by the Iranian regime. And in my opinion, they're still capable of killing tens of thousands of other people in the same way that Assad's father did in Hama in 1982.
OK, well, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Major General Chip Chapman, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. We'll have some more interviews for you then. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
American political scientist and activist Professor Norman Finkelstein giving, as ever, his very direct perspective on the issues behind Israel's conflicts with its Middle Eastern neighbors. Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. In the 13 months since I last spoke with him, the regional clashes have reached new levels, most recently with Iran and Israel trading missiles. I caught up with Professor Finkelstein at his home for a very candid conversation on where he sees things heading. Professor, it's really good to see you face to face. We've done a number of interviews remotely over the years, but it's good to sit with you face to face and have a chance to talk about what's going on. Now, since we last spoke about a year ago, things have changed quite dramatically, progressively worse, a lot of people would say. Now, let me start with just one of the more recent things. Donald Trump, as president of the USA, talking about Iran and Israel being in a conflict for so long, they don't even know what the F they're doing. It's unusual for a president to use the F word. What did you make of that when he described it that way?
Well, I think both sides know exactly what they're doing. I don't think there is any misapprehension. Israel has regarded Iran as a major regional rival for a very long time.
Rival or threat?
Rival for a very long time. They've always said that their chief, they call it the main threat to Israel. To Israel, they used to say Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. Now, you will recall already during the build-up to the war in Iraq, there is a certain misapprehension. I'm referring now to 2003. Israel's first goal was not Iraq. Israel wanted to attack Iran. the United States had set its sights on Iraq. And the view back then, now we're talking about 20 years ago, the view back then was first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. So it's been a very consistent policy.
Quite strategic the way you're describing it, yeah.
It's been a strategic goal. What changed was there's obviously a difference between an objective and the opportunity to achieve the objective. Now, when October 7th happened, Israel set as its first objective to, for once and for all, solve the Gaza question. There weren't going to be any more mowings of the lawn, as Israel called it. The Operation Cast Lead, Operation, that was 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense 2012, Operation Protective Edge 2014. There weren't going to be any more operations. We are going to solve the Gaza question once and for all. And the final solution to the Gaza question, it basically took three forms. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, carry out a mass extermination. And those goals, they overlapped with each other. So at the beginning, it was ethnic cleansing. They hoped to push the whole population into the Sinai, but that the Arab states vetoed that. Then began the making Gaza unlivable with a mass extermination occurring simultaneously. Then Israel realized it could achieve other objectives. In the course of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they realized they could disable Hezbollah. And that was always a strategic objective of Israel. And they achieved that goal, it seems. I'm not convinced it's been as devastating a blow to Hezbollah as has been claimed, but they obviously did some significant damage. And then they realized they could achieve their third goal, and that was Iran. So what did change was, even though this had been a strategic objective of Israel, they realized after October 7th, they maybe could achieve that goal.
You know, you have Benjamin Netanyahu in power for so long and seeming to ride every challenge against him. His claim has been for years that Iran is very close to achieving a nuclear weapon. I mean, that's been going on for quite a while, that narrative. How have you regarded the evidence versus the claims?
I'm not an expert in those fields. I can only quote what everybody else has said. Tulsi Gabbard, who's responsible for national intelligence, she said the evidence said no. The IAEA, belatedly, the head of the IAEA stated that there was no concerted effort on Iran's side to create a nuclear weapon. So based on the available evidence, the answer seems to be there isn't evidence. I would say, my opinion, Iran would be foolish not to acquire a nuclear weapon. So you have to assume that if that's my rational judgment, it's probably the rational judgment of many people in Iran as well. There are two possibilities. Possibility number, okay, let me just backtrack a bit. There are claims that Iran has been in violation of aspects of the inspections. I read the IAEA report. I probably have it right over here, as a matter of fact.
Not to worry.
I read the IAEA report, and I think a reasonable conclusion is that the IAEA inspectors are being truthful, and I don't have any reason to doubt their truthfulness, though I don't like what the head of the IAEA did. He released the report, gave Israel and the U.S. the pretext to attack, and then belatedly, after the attack, declared that there's no evidence that Iran is embarked on a program to create nuclear weapons. That could easily have been in the report. So when Iran says the IAEA was complicit in the attack or facilitated it, I think that's correct. In any event, it seemed plausible that Iran had carried on some enrichment that wasn't revealed to the IAEA, or they tried to conceal it from the IAEA, that the expression is sanitized, which basically means destroyed some evidence. Yeah, I think those things are all plausible. However, having said that, we have to be clear about basic facts. First of all, everybody is in violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Everybody likes to quote the part that non-nuclear powers who are signatories to the treaty aren't allowed to build nuclear weapons. They're allowed to use nuclear power for peaceful purposes. But there's another part to the treaty which everybody seems to forget. Article 6 says that the nuclear powers have to get rid of the weapons. They have to negotiate in good faith to eliminate the weapons. Now, most people will yawn, well, that's not really possible. I'm sorry. That's in the treaty, Article 6. In 1996, there was a major International Court of Justice advisory opinion. The question was, is the threat or use of nuclear weapons legal under international law? I won't go through the specifics, but I will go to the very end where the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, says there has to be good faith negotiations to eliminate nuclear weapons. Now, the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, was signed in 1968. We're in 2025. I think that's a long time. And if those weapons have not been eliminated, when I say those weapons, I mean by the US, the UK, France, the Soviet Russia, and China. I don't think Pakistan and India are signatories to the NPT. But those five, they were obliged. So they're in breach of the treaty. Who are they to lecture Iran about being in breach of the NPT when they're in breach of the NPT? That's the first point. The second point is, I'm just going to give you a historical, not so much analogy coming before. Since somebody mentioned that on my screen, there's Professor Chomsky on my computer screen, I'll tell you a small anecdote, okay? You're much too young to remember, but after World War II, there was a very famous case in the United States of two people named Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, and another person, Morton Sobel. They were accused of giving atomic bomb secrets to the Russians, okay? That they had stolen information from Los Alamos, where the atomic bomb was made, and transferred it to the Russians, or the Soviets at the time. And it was a big cause of the left, because Ethel and Julius Rosenberg had been in the Communist Party, and they left already, but they had been in it, and it became a big case. The Rosenbergs, save the Rosenbergs. The Rosenbergs were eventually executed. Now, everybody on the left believed the Rosenbergs were innocent. And Professor Chomsky is a person of the left. And we had many conversations about the subject. And he said, you know, I think they were guilty, the Rosenbergs. It turned out he was half right and half wrong. Ethel Rosenberg was innocent. Julius Rosenberg had done very low-level spying, nothing to do with the atomic bomb, but low-level spying, okay? Why do I tell this story? You're wondering, why am I going back 75 years to the Rosenberg case? Here's why. Nobody will ever doubt, I don't believe, Professor Chomsky's moral judgment or his political acumen. He was in a class all his own, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would agree with that. And he said to me on a couple of occasions, he said to me, I think they were guilty, and I think they did the right thing. He said, imagine the world after World War II if the U.S. had a monopoly in nuclear weapons. It would have been a catastrophe. We know how the U.S. carries on, even without the monopoly. Now, with that in mind, I think that there are two possibilities. One, as you might know, there are many regions in the world which declared nuclear weapons-free zones. There is the Treaty of Tlatelolco for Latin America. There is the Treaty of Rarotonga for the South Pacific. And there's one for Africa. The local regions decided, we are declaring these nuclear weapon-free zones. No country in this region can get them. There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
So let me ask you then, Professor, if Israel was to give up its undeclared nuclear weapons, do you believe Iran would actually give up its goals?
We don't have, we're talking about power. We don't have to act on faith. There's no question here of acting on faith. Everybody's now calling the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction? Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran. Speaking of trust, do you have any concept of how Israel acquired its nuclear weapons? Was it by acts of good faith and trust? There's a book by Yaniv Cohen called The Bomb. An Israeli wrote it, okay? And he describes in excruciating detail all the chicanery, all the spying, all the crookedness that Israel engaged in order to acquire the bomb. So it's not as if Israel's record is clean and we can trust it any more than we can trust Iran. I don't believe you can trust any state.
So I'm going to ask you, Professor, what do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon if it had one?
I think it would use it as a deterrent because I don't think it's a suicidal state. It knows fully well that if it were ever to use the nuclear weapon, it would be incinerated in the blink of an eye. So it wouldn't use it, but it would be a deterrent.
Why do you think the USA, if I can use the term, tolerates Israel so much if it has gone through the chicanery to get its nuclear weapons, if it's often, flouts these international laws? Why is the US so tolerant of it?
Look, That's all. That's like what you call one of these age-old questions, whether it's the dog wagging the tail wagging the dog. I think it's a combination. Obviously, let's take the current situation. Uppermost in Trump's mind, President Trump's mind, is the deal with Saudi Arabia. He keeps calling it the deal of the century. Okay? And for the Saudis, it would be a good thing to defang Iran and to neutralize Iran. So it serves a U.S. interest. It serves a U.S. interest broadly, and it serves a Trump interest narrowly. He wants that deal with Iran, with Saudi Arabia. So there is that element, and there is the element of the Israel lobby, in my opinion, that's indisputable. I think it's a combination. It's hard to separate out the extent to which it's U.S. national interests that are operative and the extent to which it's the Israel lobby. If you take the case of Gaza, obviously Israel had its own interest in wanting to solve the Gaza question. But there was a U.S. interest. The U.S. interest was very straightforward. The U.S. relies on Israel to terrify, to keep in place, to subjugate and to subordinate the Middle East. October 7th appeared to reveal a real weakness in the Israeli intelligence, Israeli technological capacity. It revealed a major weakness. And obviously, after October 7th, the thought started running through the heads of many Arabs, hey, maybe Israel isn't as invincible as we thought it was. This ragtag Hamas army, maybe they can be defeated, Israel, if Hamas could do it. So there is a thought that starts to percolate in the Arab world that maybe there's a military option against Israel after all. And for the United States, that means its main regional surrogate of U.S. power, it has to be restored. Its deterrence capability has to be restored. So the United States was, for its own interest, it was very happy to see Israel annihilate Gaza. So it transmits the message. If you get any idea in your head about a military option against Israel, look at Gaza or what's left of Gaza.
Let me ask you, with so much that's gone on since we spoke about a year ago, to what extent do you think Israel's standing in the world, its reputation, perhaps even with the US, where Donald Trump has said he's very angry with Prime Minister Netanyahu and with Israel in general, how much has that reputation been hurt, both of the country and of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I think that's a difficult question because there's a difference between a temporary and a permanent harm. You're old enough to remember Operation Castlet, 2008-9. That caused huge demonstrations around the world. Huge. And if you remember, Israel was in a very tenuous position after Richard Goldstone, the South African jurist who was Jewish and by his own self-description, a Zionist, had produced this devastating report on what Israel had done in Gaza. You might recall there were fears that Tzipi Livni would be arrested at the British airport under what's called universal jurisdiction. Why do I mention it? Because nobody even remembers Operation Castlet. It's completely forgotten. So whether this current horror will have a permanent impact or it will prove to be a transient impact, I can't say. Remember, for my generation, growing up for our generation, the defining political experience was the war in Vietnam. Right? Now Vietnam is one of the U.S.'s main allies in Asia.
You know, it's interesting that there is a speculation that Benjamin Netanyahu wants to continue the conflicts, wants to keep everything on edge and in flux in order to avoid prosecution himself for various things he's been charged with, as well as, of course, to stay in power. How do you regard that kind of perspective?
You know, I'm very skeptical of these arguments for a very simple reason. There's a complete consensus across the Israeli spectrum on wanting to annihilate Gaza and being embracing the attack on Iran and Hezbollah, obviously. These attempts to kind of home in on Mr. Netanyahu as if he's the source of the problem, I just think that's completely wrong-headed. Every few years you hear these predictions. Netanyahu's term is over. He's over. It's over. I mean, you can probably fill a book now with these predictions, okay? But that's not what happened. Netanyahu is the mirror, is the embodiment, the incarnation of Israel society.
The whole of society?
He's an obnoxious, self-righteous Jewish supremacist. An obnoxious, self-righteous Jewish supremacist. When Israelis see Mr. Netanyahu, they see themselves. That's why he keeps winning the elections. So,
but sorry, what about the protests against him?
The protests against him have to do with things like separation of church and state in Israel, preserving the alleged independence of the judiciary, the policy on the hostages. But that's not what we're talking about. I said regarding Gaza and Iran. And there's a broad consensus. If you look at the polls, just take, Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. You know, every morning we have to know what Israelis think, you know. It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had one egg or two eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. You know, everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what do the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believe that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that one half of Israelis, 47%, one half of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. So, have you read any significant dissent in the Israeli ruling elite on the policy of annihilating Gaza? Has any single Israeli sitting in office or out of office or the opposition, has anyone said, no, I think it's morally wrong to annihilate Gaza? Nobody says that.
Do you think...
Does anyone say, no, I don't think it was right to break international law and attack Iran? Did anyone say that? Now, as a senior intelligence official in the Obama administration, the most senior, he said that the attack on Hezbollah, the walkie-talkie attack, he described it as pure terrorism. That's what he said, it was pure terrorism. Did anyone in the Israeli ruling elite say, oh, that was terrible, that was pure terrorism?
Do you believe, though, Israelis see the pictures of the conditions in Gaza, the starving children, the degree to which the place has been completely flattened? I mean,
I think these questions, I appreciate the questions, but they represent, not by you, but the questions themselves represent a high level of what, let's call it, naivete. First of all, the opposition leader in Israel said, quote, our IDF kill children as a hobby. He was the head of the opposition, Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. You know, in our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide. That means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide. How could they not know? Israel's a small country. It's very tribalistic. They all come together in moments of crisis, right? You're telling me that all these Israeli soldiers are posting on the web what they're doing in Gaza. They're posting it. If you're posting it, it must mean you don't fear being ostracized. You don't boast about it, that you're annihilating cities. You don't boast about it if you feared ostracism. You're telling me when the conscripts come home, they don't tell anybody what was going on in Gaza? Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know. Of course they know. When doctors report that children are being systematically shot in the head and in the chest, foreign doctors report that. The Israelis don't know? No.
Considering how openly, as you say, these genocidal kind of goals or tendencies are expressed, is there any chance that Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu will appear in the International Court of Justice in the ICC?
The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see it. The ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court because all the prosecutors were African leaders. It got a little bit embarrassing under Luis Ocampo, and so they then got Fatou Bensouda, an African woman, to do the dirty work. She was a total crook. And
I have to say, these are your opinions, just to make sure.
Well, I've written a book about it, and I've now written the second book about it. The first book was called I Accuse, about Fatou Bensouda. And now I'm coming out with a new book in a couple of months entitled Gaza's Grave Diggers, an inquiry into corruption in high places. And I go through the record of Bensouda and several others. So the ICC, a very distinguished international lawyer whose name I can't reveal because it'll cause him grief, he said it's not a court. It's simply a contrivance of the West to keep the other people, non-Westerners, in line. The ICJ is a different story, the International Court of Justice. Now, as you know, in January 2024, January 26th, they found that Israel was plausibly committing genocide in Gaza. But those were preliminary hearings. I don't want to go through the technicalities. The case hasn't actually been heard. The full case hasn't actually been heard. I think there's a reasonable possibility. It all really depends on the composition of the court, because it's a nation-state-based court. Who's going to be the president? Who's going to be on the court? Right now, they have a complete crook as the vice president of the court, Julia Sebutindi from Uganda. In my forthcoming book, I have a 100-page chapter on her. She's a complete and total crook. They're afraid, everybody knows it, but people are afraid to say it because she's the first African woman on the court. So, you know, because of wokeness, you're not allowed to call a woman a crook, let alone a woman of color a crook. Well, guess what? She's a woman. She's a woman of color, and she's a colossal crook. Julia Sebutindi, she's currently the vice president of the International Court of Justice. And there are a couple of fellows like Mr. Tomka, Judge Tomka from Slovakia, Judge Orescu from Romania, who you might call minor league crooks. But there is a phalanx of people on the court who, A, believe there's plausible evidence of genocide, but B is important. In January, then in March, and then in May, the court issued what's called the indicated provisional measures. And that's just a fancy term for, we told Israel, there's evidence that you're committing genocide. So you have to do A, B, C, and D to prevent the genocide. Okay, you have to allow in humanitarian aid. You have to tell your army to stop carrying on in this way. Israel ignored all the provisional measures. And that has to grate on the court. They can't like the fact that this august body, the supreme legal body in the world, the International Court of Justice, 3 times, January, March, and May, indicated provisional measures, and Israel ignored them. So I think there is a reasonable prospect that they will find Israel guilty of breaching the 1948 Genocide Convention.
If it is headed up or at least populated with these members that you consider to be crooks, where does that leave the prospect of getting true international justice? Where does that leave the world in terms of having a body on?
As I said, in the International Criminal Court, lost cause. Karim Khan is pitiful. I think that's pretty obvious.
He put his neck out, though.
For the sake of the audience, I don't want them to get confused. Karim Khan is the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. He put his neck out because it was becoming absurd that they reacted in a blink of an eye after Russia went into Ukraine. The ICJ, the International Court of Justice, had found that Israel is plausibly committing genocide, and the International Criminal Court wasn't doing anything. So it was losing all of its credibility. And so the pressure builds inside there are in the ICC, because I've studied it, there are a lot of decent people working within the administrative side of the court. There are a lot of decent people. So there's the pressure on the inside, and then there's the pressure being exerted from the outside on the court. So, yes, he finally did something. As you know, no point in, I don't want to get into the trivial aspects, but it was unclear the timing of his decision to issue the arrest warrants, because he had the sexual harassment charges weighing on him. And there's a lot of speculation. I've talked to people in the court who said, yes, the timing probably was, the timing probably was due to the sexual harassment charges weighing on him. However, that doesn't change the fact that there was already a very formidable case that Israel was carrying out crimes of a significant magnitude in Gaza.
I want to get your take on something that has been put out there too. South Africa is considered pretty brave for having taken on Israel by going to the ICJ with the genocide case. There are those who believe that South Africa is now a target for the USA, and that this whole white farmers issue was a way to kind of punish South Africa, the treatment of Cyril Ramaphosa. What's your view on that?
Yeah, first of all, if I were in the South African delegation, I would be terrified if there was even one skeleton in my closet. You know, those folks, beginning with the senior member, John Dugard. I know Professor Dugard, a really impressive guy. You know, he's 89 years old. And he was kind of like, had an uneasy gait as he came up to the podium. I don't want to sing his praises because it might sound sycophantic, and that's not my nature. But he was the lawyer for the Nelson Mandela family when Mandela was in jail. He was Bishop Tutu's lawyer, and he's a white South African. I should have clarified that. He's a white South African. And the Israelis have always had him in their crosshairs because he was the UN Special Rapporteur for the occupied territories. And if you read his reports, they were really meticulous. They were very impressive. So I'm thinking to myself, that guy must have been a saint, in his life, because otherwise the Israelis would have destroyed him. And it's a large delegation, as you remember. I think it's about 7 people. So far there have been no cracks. So far.
I spoke with the former South African ambassador to the US, Ibrahim Rasool, while I was in South Africa recently. And he said, you know, the idea was that South Africa feels the obligation, having been through apartheid, having seen extremes when it comes to situations for oppressed people, to stand up and support the idea of true diplomacy and speak out. Of course, he was expelled as a result from South Africa. So it seems at least there is maybe the starting of a movement that might question the world order in that way.
It's a step, but it's a long... Look, Mao Zedong once said, former head of the Chinese Communist Party. So in the history of the Chinese Revolution, there's the famous story of the Long March, which I think was 6,000 miles, when the Chinese communists were being encircled by the nationalist forces. And Mao Zedong famously said to traverse, I think it's 8,000 li, L-I, if my memory is right. To traverse 8,000 li, you have to take the first step. And so South Africa took, in my forthcoming book, I devote a large portion of the introduction to honoring the South African delegation. I sent it to Professor Dugard, and he thought I was over the top. But really, it was a riveting moment. I was sitting in front of my computer screen watching it. I showed it to my class because I was teaching a course in the laws of war. It was a riveting moment when the South Africa, it wasn't just a court case, because the South African delegation, it really was a rainbow delegation. It was old white men like John Dugard and Professor Lowe. I think he's from Oxford. It was African men, South African men, a South African Indian woman, and then there were South African white men. But it was a beautiful projection of the future. So it's a first step, just like the victory of Zoran Mamdani.
I'm going to ask you about that in a moment, but let me get back to some of the things that are happening now currently. Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region, many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq, and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess that. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan, it took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the US invasion of Iraq. And he finally came out, I think when he was already retired, and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say while it was actually going on.
Just difficult for him to do so.
Yeah. Well, if it's difficult for you to do so, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, nobody is putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have the option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
One quirky little thing, Professor, is that there's been discussion of the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, of course, Barack Obama was granted the Nobel Peace Prize quite controversially in some circles in 2009 when he became president.
It's just the wokeness.
Yeah, well, I was wondering
everyone wants to show how woke they are, and he's the grand beneficiary of wokeness.
What about Donald Trump, though? It seems he might have his eyes set on it. If he was to solve the situation, say, between Iran and Israel, or say between the Palestinians and Israel, does he deserve a Nobel Peace Prize?
Look, Henry Kissinger got a Nobel Peace Prize. Probably one of the, he's got to be up there in the top 5 mass murderers of the 20th century. Menachem Begin got a Nobel Peace Prize, a mass murderer. And you can go down the list I've already forgotten. So
I should point out, you always give your opinion. Your opinion is pretty strong.
Well, if you ever read, for example, there's a very large volume by Seymour Hersh. It's called The Price of Power, Henry Kissinger and the Nixon White House. And it's about 800 pages. And I think it's accurate to describe in about each page, another 1,000 people are dead because of Kissinger. It's not fashionable anymore to say it. Professor Chomsky used to call Henry Kissinger in the 60s the doctor of death. 4 million people were killed in Southeast Asia by the United States. That's not a small number. 2 million Vietnamese. But that was a horror. That was the defining experience of an entire generation.
So the Nobel Peace Prize has no real value in your eyes?
It seems to be pretty good at pinpointing who are the main mass murderers of each generation. So I don't attach any significance to it.
Is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two arguing, two fighting siblings, perhaps, with Iran and Israel. The references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to... he's a narcissist. And so everything is contingent on his ego.
But with him not being a politician, some say he might actually achieve the things that the old guard might not.
I just think this is kind of ridiculous. There were obvious ways to resolve, for example, the Israel-Palestine dispute. The U.S. stood in the way. The U.S. blocked it. The U.S. went along with Israel's opposition to an independent Palestinian state. I'm talking now, the goal of an independent Palestinian state dates back, believe it or not, to the early 70s. The PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, had already agreed to it. There was a solution on the table for already a half century.
That's what I'm saying. It's historic, and perhaps someone who's not historically a politician might have some sway in it. You don't think? If he's a maverick they're scared of, maybe they'll have to step down and listen a little bit. I'm throwing it out there. You don't see it?
No, because Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. And I think people are hyper look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments. Did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You know, you can imagine Barack Obama. He used to read the morning briefings. You know, the intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden. He didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them? Forget it. So yes, there is, let's just call it an information gap separating Obama. I said Obama, but remember, Obama just read the briefings. Now, just as a factual matter, a historical footnote, Jimmy Carter, was breathtaking in his mastery of the facts in any situation where he commented. If you look at the record of Carter preparing for what was the original Camp David in 1977 with Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin, his mastery of detail was breathtaking.
It's ironic he's not remembered as a good president by many Americans, isn't it?
Yeah, he actually was the most competent of the modern presidents. Him and Lyndon Johnson. Clinton was a voracious reader. He wasn't as disciplined as Carter, but he knew public policy. He had the concentration. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer, in that Oval Office, somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent in office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, that was a very funny remark.
Will the academic world recover, Professor, from the hit it's taken that you described? It's come so heavily under attack. I think it's largely unprecedented, it seems. Do you see it recovering? And what does this do for the students who look for some kind of guidance and leadership through the educational institutes?
Well, right now, there's a reign of terror in the U.S. institutions of higher education, universities and colleges. There's a reign of terror. I've been reading the Harvard reports on anti-Semitism at Harvard. It's completely bogus.
Well, we talked about it before last time about the weaponization of the term.
Yeah, but if you look, the report is interminable. I'll tell you a funny story. I read the report once. It's I have it sitting right over there. I read the report once about a month and a half ago. And now I'll be speaking in New York with two people who I respect very much on July 17th, I think. And I have to reread the report. So I sit down, and it's very hot in my apartment because I don't have air conditioning. It was 100 degrees yesterday and the day before. So I'm reading the report, and the way I had organized the pages, it's not worth going into. So I'm on page 131, 132, 133, 154, and then I didn't realize I was reading it again. I had just read it the day before, but I was reading 131 again, 132. I had just read it the day before. It's so boring. It's this navel gazing.
What's the ultimate goal?
On a cosmic, every thought that a Jewish student at Harvard, every thought has to be recorded for eternity. I really don't care. Okay, you're smart. I get that. You're in Harvard. You're probably very smart. I'm not going to take it away. But you know what? You're 20 years old. I really don't give a flying fig what you have to say about anything. I really don't. I know there were some people who were very smart at 20. Okay, I'll grant that. I grant Bach. I listened to his music even when he was at 6 years old. Mozart when he was 20. Okay, I'll grant that. But you know, I really don't care about every single thought about how our Harvard students feels afraid here and uncomfortable here. Guess what? 90% of humanity feels afraid and uncomfortable every minute of every day of their lives. You know, they feel hungry. They often don't have roofs over their heads. So if somebody said something at Harvard College that made you feel afraid, unwelcome, these are the words they use. We felt unwelcome, uncomfortable. We felt afraid. You know what? I don't really care.
What is the goal of all these attacks, though?
The goal is very simple. The goal is to silence any criticism of Israel. It was perfectly obvious what the goal was. Bill Ackman, who is a Harvard alumnus, he's married to an Israeli pilot from the Israeli Air Force. She's a trophy wife. If you juxtapose the two in a picture, it's not difficult to figure out what's going on. So I'm sure his wife, I don't like euphemisms, but you get the idea. She implored him and made her love conditional on him turning the screws on Harvard. So he had contributed $50 million to Harvard. He's a hedge fund manager, a billionaire, Bill Ackman. There was one person who had contributed $200 million to Harvard. Another person had contributed $300 million to Harvard. That's money. No, it's true. Harvard has an endowment of $60 billion, but it's still money. And then all the Jewish alumni put together a petition. At the last, it was a long time ago now, it was about 1,200 names. Now I'm sure it's much longer. threatening to withhold alumni contributions. So it was taking Harvard hostage. It was extortion. Either you crush the encampments or you're not getting alumni money. You're not getting alumni contributions. And then it's true, again, Trump is a menace. It's true. So when he came into office, he expanded the target. Originally, the target was the encampments, the Middle East studies programs, Harvard. There were sympathetic voices at Harvard Medical School, Harvard Divinity School, and the Harvard School of Public Health. And they came under concerted attack now because of the threats of withholding alumni money. When Trump comes in, he broadens the target to all of these woke courses, in sexuality, ethnic studies, women's studies. He broadened the target because, first of all, a lot of those courses, they are garbage. You have to be honest about those things. Those courses are unserious. They're just woke courses with social justice warriors carrying on like little Stalins and threatening everybody with being canceled if you don't toe the party line. So President Trump had an easy target because a lot of those courses didn't belong in a curriculum. A lot of the reading lists were ridiculous. He took advantage of it. But it didn't begin under him. And right now, it is, I would say, I think everybody is walking on eggshells.
But do you see any kind of backlash against the right rising? We've seen Zohran Mamdani just won the New York City Democratic primary on a socialist platform. He could become the city's first Muslim mayor. How much of a turning point is that? And what does it indicate of where things might go?
Well, I want to I belatedly, because I was caught up in Gaza and then I was caught up with Iran more recently. So I only belatedly got active in Mamdani's campaign. I was out there all of the week preceding. I went out every day knocking on doors and
so you're encouraged. You're encouraged.
First of all, I want to just correct you on one point. Not correct you, I want to amend what you said. Nobody, I don't think one volunteer, he had 50,000 volunteers by the end. It was 36,000, but then I started hearing a figure 50,000. Let's go 36,000 because I know that's accurate. He had at least 36,000 volunteers who knocked, the estimate is, on 1.5 million doors. It was a huge campaign. For you guys in the room, to try to count to the number 1 million, if you start now and try to, it'll take you 3 weeks. Knocking on 1.5 million doors, it's a lot. Let's say in a building like mine, because I did it, you have to wait for somebody to let you in the building before you could start knocking on doors. You could do in 3 hours, you know how many doors you can get? I'm serious, about 20. So to have knocked on 1.5 million doors, it's quite a feat. But I wanted to say, I met the volunteers. I met them. They were a very narrow age cohort, about 25. I actually saw very few people who were even 30. I mean, between my age and the next person, you could fit the Himalayan mountains. There was a... So I don't believe one person, I'm going to tell you this, I don't think one person volunteered for him because he was Muslim.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
I know everybody's casting it because they're all into these identity politics. They didn't vote for him. They didn't support him because he was a Muslim, because he presented a radical program to transform our city. Nobody cared that he was Muslim. So every time I hear these people, democracy now, first Muslim president, New York Times, first Muslim president.
I think I think it's because of the general Islamophobia that's been built up.
No, I think it's because of identity politics. They look at it through the. It was a class program. This was a clear-cut class struggle. The billionaire class, the Ackmans, who I mentioned, the Bloomberg gave $8.3 million. The real estate industry, he was outspent, Mamdani, 30-1. It was 30 million. They say 25, but then there were these hidden PACs, super PACs. It was about 30 million versus Mamdani raised 1.2 million. You know, it was the Bernie Sanders candidacy, but on a local level. Bernie Sanders, every night he hammered away the billionaire class, Big Pharma, Goldman Sachs. And this was on a local level. But as one person put it, a big donor, the real estate, Reckler is his name. He said, what's going on here? New York City is the capital, the world capital of capitalism. The world capital of capitalism. We're not letting Mamdani, a socialist, we're not letting him in City Hall. This was a class struggle. It had nothing to do with his identity.
Fine.
If he had been white and he was clever as Mamdani is, it would have been a white candidate, Jewish, anything.
So having established that, let me get back to my first point or the question. What does this bode for the future?
Well, it's the first step in a long march. It's going to become brutal now, between now and November. It's, to my thinking, it's pretty obvious what they're going to do. They want to knock out they want one candidate. They want to coalesce under around one candidate. So then right now you have Curtis Sliwa in the Republican Party. You have Eric Adams, the current mayor, a crook of a very high order. You have possibility of Cuomo running. And if you have those three, it'll split the opposition vote. So they're going to get rid of Sliwa, give him a few bucks, a total prostitute Sliwa. Get rid of Adams, probably give him, a few free trips to the Caribbean. And then, or they may get rid of, or Cuomo may decide from pride he's not going to do it, in which case they're already talking about a coalescing around Adams. So it'll be down to 2. The vote against Mamdani won't be split. It'll be down to 2. And then it will be full blast the smear campaign. It will be full blast the smear campaign. The biggest error that Mamdani could commit, he's a very smart guy. He doesn't need my advice, but I'm going to offer it. Don't do what Corbyn did. When he started getting smeared with the anti-Semitism charges, first by the British Board of... Jeremy Corbyn, excuse me. First by the British Board of Deputies, and then by the whole ruling elite, from Sky News to the BBC, from The Guardian to the tabloids. They used and Corbyn kept trying to appease them and placate them, making one concession after another. That's never going to work. You will never placate them, even if you get on your hands and knees. And beg. It's not going to happen. So my strong advice to Mr. Mamdani is don't try to appease. On his election night victory speech, he said, I know that there are a lot of people who feel uncomfortable with certain of my views. He said, and we know who he was alluding to. And he said, I will stick by my principles. I will stick by my convictions. But he said, I'm ready to listen to the concerns of the other side. I, of course, like the first part, I worried about the second part.
The concession.
Yes, yeah, because I'm for listening. Of course, you should always listen. But is that opening a door? You know, if he opens the door, A, he can never appease them, and B, his base will disintegrate because they'll see another guy selling out.
We're going to have to watch that race, obviously, very closely, especially with your prediction. As we kind of wrap this up, and I have to say, Professor, I'm old school, so in the interest of journalistic sanctity, I have to point out your views, your very strong views on people that you've mentioned are your views, okay. Which is fair enough.
Is there anybody in this room who believes that a large number of politicians and people in power are crooks?
Well,
is there anyone who doesn't believe it? Raise your hand.
Like I say,
I don't see any hands raised.
Look, I'm old school, so I have to always. My opinions don't come into this, so I really am very clear about letting you speak. But I do point out that these are your views and they're very strong, and it makes me wonder: how have you been allowed to speak out in such a cutting way for so long?
Well, easy. Nobody listens.
Or maybe everyone listens, but no one seems to challenge you to the degree that, I mean, why has there not been a stronger kind of, and I'm just asking your opinion, campaign against you for speaking out to Israel? Most people who, you know, might be in your position. Please, Riz.
Riz, brace yourself. I never had a job. I never had a job. I never could find employment. I did what you call, in the United States, it's called adjuncting. It's part-time work. You know how much I earned most of my life on a yearly basis living in New York, except for a temporary period in Chicago for 6 years. It was between $15,000 and $25,000 a year. That's correct.
That's tough.
You know, I never had a job. I'm just speaking factually. My life is over. You know, the long,
certainly not in the terms of your visibility.
I didn't, quote unquote, I didn't get away with it. I paid a price. I was willing to pay that price, and I have no regrets about it. Of course, I can be self-pitying. And I can be bitter, which I have been. Not anymore, because it's over. But I never had a job. Now, just to give you a few trivial examples, okay? I wrote the only book, Political History of Gaza. I wrote the only one, Gaza, An Inquest into Its Martyrdom. The only one, the only scholarly book on the subject. There is, in respect, Sarah Roy of Harvard, she wrote the major economic study of Gaza. The only scholarly political history of Gaza was written by me. It came out from University of California Press. It's a distinguished publishing house, okay, academic publishing house. It's never been mentioned anywhere. I don't, even in like the radical chic places like London Review of Books, or the cool woke places like the New Yorker magazine, you will not, if you do a search, you will not find one mention of that book anywhere. And you know what? I'm going to toot my own horn. It's a damn good book. Professor Chomsky said, in terms of its range, its sweep, its depth, its analysis, he said it's in a class all its own.
Well, perhaps the way things have been going in recent history, people will pay a lot more attention, because it's going to be a time everyone's wondering that how it will be remembered in history.
Well,
we shall see.
Guess what? That happened October 7th. Gaza was everywhere for 20 months. The book was never mentioned. Never. It received 2 reviews, one in the Journal of Palestine Studies and another in this tiny little periodical called something like Middle East Affairs. Nothing. Now, it is true, because of my knowledge of the subject and the miracle of the social media, I have a real media presence now. If I walk on the subway, walk down the street, large numbers of people recognize me. Have I been on one national television program, national radio program? Have I been on one in the United States? One? No. Not one. In the UK, I was on that program called Morning Joe. I was on that program once, and the other case was Piers Morgan. Right. Now, Piers Morgan had me on about 8 times, I think, something like that. I'm not going to speculate on why he broke the taboo. But I will say he doesn't challenge me. I've noticed that he will never say to me, "You're wrong," because he knows I'm right. He won't, factually, I mean, he won't agree with my interpretation of the data. Let's say if I say it's not a war, it's a genocide, he'll say, he said for about 15 months that the Israeli attack was disproportionate. That was the term. It wasn't disproportionate. It was not. It was proportionate. It was proportionate to its goal. Its goal was to solve the Gaza question. You have to understand what its goal was. Mm-hmm. If its goal was to defeat Hamas, then you could say it was disproportionate. But if its goal was to commit a genocide in Gaza, it was proportionate to its goal. So we could disagree on those points, but I have to say, he was unusual because that's the only national program. But it's the miracle of the web. You take a interview by me with him, then they chop it up into 10,000 pieces and they make it on TikTok. So it looks like, oh, people call me up. You must be so busy. So many people must be calling you. I say, as a matter of fact, nobody's called me.
Well, I'm glad we did.
I told Piers Morgan, or his the person who works for him, I said, actually, I have a lot to say in Iran. And I know a lot because I taught the Non-Proliferation Treaty. I've studied it. I've studied the International Court of Justice ruling on nuclear weapons. I'm not busy at all. Nobody asked me, including him. Nobody asked me to be on. I think it's an optical illusion, what you're referring to. I paid by conventional standards. Nelson Mandela spent 28 years in jail. Martin Luther King was killed at age 39. Malcolm X was killed at age 39. And you can go through the list, okay? So I did not experience a martyrdom. And I will not lose sight of that fact. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear usually for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job. I don't mean at a major university. I don't even mean at a middle-level university. I applied to universities in the backwoods of the South because actually I thought it would be nice to teach there. The good side of the web I talked about already. The bad side of the web is they don't look for references anymore. No schools ask for references. They just Google your name. And so you Google my name, you'll have 30,000 websites saying I'm a Holocaust denier. You'll have 30,000 websites saying I'm a supporter of terrorism. And it's over. It's over. Even if they were willing to go through each of these websites to see whether it's true. Does anybody want to have the burden of me in the faculty? You know, no. So I did pay a price by conventional standards. And B, if it looks like I'm omnipresent, and if I have high facial recognition now, it's a kind of an optical illusion. It's 2 or 3 interviews which have been chopped up into 10,000 pieces, and they're all over the web. Just to give you an example, so I was on with Lex Friedman, and I debated Professor Benny Morris from Israel, and this thing called Destiny, right? So with Destiny, it came out mostly to name calling because he's a moron. You know, I can't fix that. I can't repair that fact. It's in his DNA. So that debate lasted about 3 hours. It was 3 hours, 3 or 5. You know, I can't remember now. It was 3 or 5. In any event, there are 10,000 videos now out there of me calling Destiny a moron. And each video, each one, has 1 million hits. Everybody, I saw you with Destiny. That was so funny. That was so funny. So it gave me a name. Like the other famous one was in Waterloo, Canada. It was like something like 2003, where this woman is crying about, I make them feel so bad when I say that Israelis are carrying on like Nazis. And I said, please stop with the crocodile tears. Okay? So whenever I'm in any Arab country, I can be walking down the streets of Amman, Jordan, all right? 10,000 people rush up to me. Crocodile tears! Crocodile tears! You know? I think to myself, I spent my whole life immersed in books, steeped in reports, trying to get all these factual details right. And the only thing people remember of me, the only thing I'll be remembered for is crocodile tears.
Well, Professor, thank you for being so generous with your time today. And it won't be 10,000 pieces, I hope, not that many at least, but it was great to have a chance to see you face to face and to speak with you again. I look forward to next time. Thank you, sir. Well, certainly no punches held back, as ever, from Professor Norman Finkelstein. That's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Please send your comments and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia, and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.